Hello, everyone. I hope you are having a good day. Welcome. Let me switch over so that you can see the puzzle. So happy Sunday, everyone, or whatever day it may be where you are. So as Tristan said in chat, today, somewhat excitingly, Tristan is going to run a betting bot so that you can actually place your bets for the betting tree in the chat and be rewarded appropriately. So Tristan will be playing the role of the betting tree fairy today, it would seem. So I need to place a tree into the grid. I'm going to place the tree here. And so Tristan is going to do something and see if the bot will do the thing that it is supposed to do. In this way, we can become more like every other stream. Here you go. So if you would like to place a bet, type !bet, and then the number you would like to bet. So we have all of these. We have bets coming in. So we will see if the bet bot does a good job of keeping track of them. Hopefully it will. And then theoretically at the end, it will also tell you who did these things. Tristan will have to be the one to tell you if it is working because I can't see anything. One other small change that we made is that now if you subscribe, there will be a subscriber alert, which for whatever reason previously we have not done, but now there will be subscriber alerts. Also, I should mention while I'm thinking about it, that in the ZetaMath exclusive room, I've posted a 6x6 2 truths and a lie puzzle that I was quite proud of. So if you're a supporter of the stream at any level and you have any interest in a little mini 6x6 2 truths and a lie puzzle, that is currently the only place that it is available. So I recommend go check that out if you already support the stream. I I might sneak another puzzle in there as well. There may be a 10-line 6x6. We shall see. The betting bot is doing fantastically, it sounds like. So good good on the betting bot. Alrighty, so let us go over the rules of this puzzle. First, I should say, by the way, we start each stream with the puzzle that gets the most votes from supporters. So people who support at the windmill level or above get to see access to all of the upcoming puzzles that are sort of in the bucket, as I usually say, just puzzles that are potentially going to appear on stream, and they get to vote for whichever one they would most like to see. And then whichever one gets the most votes, we start with. So today, that is this puzzle, Funhouse by ZegreS. So this is a parity mirror arrow puzzle. So this puzzle was voted for by the following supporters. So Luda, Russ, Glum Hippo, Directionary, David, and Wisteria. So thank you very much to all of you for your support. And I hope you enjoy this solve. We will see how this goes. I am very confused by the brackets 10 to 10,000 after the thing and the thing that it is saying to bet. So that confuses me as well. So people are trying to do various combinations. It looks like Tristan kind of wants you to bet, or it looks like the way it's set to me is that it wants you to bet a number and then a 4-digit number of your choice. Tristan will continue messing with it, so we'll see. We may have a working bet tree bot by the end. All right, so how does this work? So we have classic arrow rules. I assume I haven't actually read the rules. I admit. So this circle is the sum of the digits along the arrow. So it could be 2 is 1 plus 1. That would be a perfectly valid way to fill this arrow. Hey Jay, how are you doing? And also, we have parity mirror. And so what the parity mirror means is that the parity of two cells that are sort of similarly dispositioned along this line is odd, or sorry, is the same. And so by parity here, it means even odd. So 2, 4, 6, 8, or 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. And so, for example, if this cell is odd, then this cell is also odd. Or if this cell is even, this cell is also even. And so on. So that cell, likewise, if that's even, then that's even, and so forth. So that is how this works. I have made my 2 blue because I typically make evens blue and oranges odd, or sorry, odds orange, because odd and orange start with the same letter, I guess, is the reason. I don't know. And even has a blue number of letters, I guess. So we'll see how it goes. Alrighty. So all of the confusion ensuing. The second number was the amount that people were betting out of their funds. Okay. So yes, indeed, the line extends infinitely in both directions, as people have said. These two are the same parity, and these two are the same parity, which works out regardless of how things work. Let's see, Martin says this is even because the arrow sees an entire arrow, which is always even. Don't quite understand what that means... Oh. Right. Okay. So yeah. Okay. I get it now. So Martin's point, which is very glorious, is that these three cells, the three cells summed by this, are these three cells, which are, as Martin says, now an entire arrow in the sense that it's the circle and the line. And because the circle sums to the same thing as these two, the total sum of these three cells is always even. And so, however the parity works out, the sum of these three cells is even. And so, therefore, this being the sum of those three parities is itself even. Very good spot to Martin there. And Martin says the same thing happens down here, and indeed it does. So we have that, and then that down there. Again, these three sum to an even total. Along the blue line, the parities can do whatever they want. There's no specification as to what exactly has to happen along the blue line. Although you can infer that the blue line in each box that it passes through is either all odds or two evens and an odd, because of the fact that there's 4 evens to put into the box in total. And so you can't put 3 of them on the line, for example. But there's no sort of innate rule about what happens on the line itself. So that's also blue. That's also blue for all of those reasons. Okay, and these numbers are even, and they're a minimum of what? Are they really a minimum of 4? Could I do 1, 2, 1? Because, I mean, they're certainly not 2, so they're 4, 6, or 8. I would love to know if this breaks if it's 4. Okay, Paul Fly tells me it would break the other arrow. Right. Okay, so if this is 1, 2, 1, then this arrow is a minimum of... Wow, that's gorgeous. So let me just write that in. If this is 1, 2, 1, which is what it would have to be in order to make that 4, Paul Fly's point is now this arrow... Oh, it's not as tight as I thought. Because now this arrow, because that's a 4, this arrow is actually now minimum 3, 5, 2, which then works out to be 10. I was in my head when I first did it, I did 3, 4, 2, and was like, oh, that's 9. That's okay. But then realized that this was actually most 8. But anyway, the point is these circles actually can't be 4, which means they actually are a 6, 8 pair. Now, I probably should note that the 9 in this row is definitely going in one of these cells, because I can't put 9 along an arrow, and 9 is no longer allowed in any of the circles, because the circles are themselves even. So we've got a sort of 9 running across one of these cells. I'm trying to check and see if 7 is allowed to go in one of these. Several people in chat are telling me the 7 does as well, right? Because 7 plus 1 plus 1 is already 9, which is too big. So yeah, so there's also a 7 in there. I agree. And I'm hoping too much if I try and say that 5 can't go in here either. Okay, well, I guess I know the total sum of all of these cells is 14. And these cells sum to a minimum of 10. And so, therefore, these two cells sum to a maximum of 4. So I can say that these are definitely from 1, 2, 3, if I want to fill in that. And also, yeah, but I could make these sum to... Oh, right. And these actually are now at most 5, because these sum to a minimum of 3, so these sum to a maximum of 11, which means they're from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and definitely contain a 1, 2, and a 3, because if I sum 1, 2, 3, 4, that's already 10. I'm allowed to increase the total by 1, which means I can replace the 4 with a 5, which would get me to 11, but I can't get rid of the 1 or anything of that sort. So these numbers are actually from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and they're not, of course, 6 or 8, because there's a 6, 8 pair in the row. So these are only from 4, 5, 7, 9. And as Ambrose says, it's already too big if I make neither of these a 1. So one of these is definitely a 1 in order to make that work. So all right, Tristan is going to attempt the betting. Let us find out what will happen with the betting. Let's see. Aha! It is recorded. The betting. You need an exclamation point and then a bet. You may only have one money. No. Okay, so it is slowly catching people. Okay, so good. We've got it's caught some people and not others. I'm trying to figure out why it's getting some people and not others, and trying to see if there's any sort of pattern. I do not know. Do you know how much currency people have, Tristan? It could be a cooldown on the command. I do not know. I will let Tristan continue to sort it out. Okay, so we will attempt to figure this out. See, Michael points out these two are the same parity. And these two are the same parity. So these two are the same parity. Oh, I guess those two are always going to be the same parity anyway. So we've got all of that. So there's a 4 or a 5 in here. Yeah, everything in row 5 reflects to column 5, but I don't quite know. I'm trying to figure out if I screw something up, if I either use all odds here. Ah, yes, that is the problem. I have to use the 4 in here. That's the point. If I don't use the 4 in here, then these are all odd, which means these are all odd, which means I've used all the odds for the box, which means I can't put a 1 in one of these like Ambrose told me I have to. So I have to use the 4. I can't use the 5. Because if I, again, the point is if I used all the odds here, they would reflect to all the odds there. That would be all the odds for the box. And that's a problem in all kinds of ways, including the fact that I wouldn't have a 1 to put here, and also including the fact that both of these would be 2. So, so these now sum to 11, but the total of all of these is 14, which means these two sum to 3, which means they are a 1-2 pair. So now these digits are the remaining ones, 3, 5, 6, 8, to do that. So now we look at this, we look at what I said before about digits on the line. If this is odd, we have a pretty big problem, which is that if this is odd, there's exactly 1 even on the line, namely 2. And so there's 3 evens off the line in this box. But that's a problem because that would be an odd number of even digits off the line. And that's not going to work out well because they have to be sort of symmetric across the thing. So this, as chat says, has to be a 4. And we get to bring out Zach for the rare 4 dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. So these are therefore both odd. And that reflects to these being both odd, which means they're not, fun fact, 6 or 8, which means these are 6 and 8. So they're even. So that means these digits are each at least 7. And that these numbers are each at most 3. Now I want to just convince myself that if these are even, they're both 8. Is there a problem with both of these being 8 Sudoku logically that I am missing? So, yeah. Oh, right. The problem with them both being 8 is that one of these is 8. It's not a parity problem. Well, it's slightly a parity problem. So the point is, here's the way to say this in the right order. I had one of the pieces, but that was sort of the second piece. One of these digits is an 8, so one of these digits is a 9, but these are the same parity, and one of them is a 9, so therefore they're the same parity. And that parity is odd, and therefore these are each 7 or 9, which doesn't have to mean that they're a 7-9 pair, but also one of these is a 1, and they're the same parity, and so that parity is also odd. And so we have 1 and 3 there. And those are odd. Did I reflect everything? Wait, do these actually reflect to each other? These don't reflect to each other. These cells that I have highlighted, the circles that we tried to think, they don't actually reflect to each other. So that was all wrong. What is true, though, is that these reflect to each other, and one of them is a 1. So they're definitely, these are from 1, 3. But now the sum, so I did this all wrong, but now the sum here is definitely odd because it's an even plus an odd. And so these are odd not because of the parity reflection, but because they're an even plus an odd. But now I can reflect them, which is the thing that was confusing me. So this cell reflects here, this cell reflects there, and those both become odd. Yeah, right result for a very wrong reason that then started confusing me. So now we get to do the parity thing. So we have all of that. Oh, I did that. Did I do that wrong? Oh, I didn't count enough. It's that cell and... Sorry, skip one. It's that cell and that cell. There we go. Those are orange. So these are an orange-blue pair because the sum of the arrow is odd, and the only way you get odd is as odd plus even, for whatever that is worth. These two do reflect to these two. Is that at all interesting? It's probably interesting. Yes, because these are an even odd pair in both cases. I'm going to denote that in the traditional Mr. Menician way of using a red line to indicate that these two cells have opposite parity. Just to do that. Okay. Eckbert asks about 2 in column 5. Am I 100% sure this isn't a 2 is 1 plus 1 sort of situation? And what command should people use to check how many points they have, Tristan? Yeah, we just randomly discovered that we could do this morning. So whether or not we continue to do this, we will find out. But it seemed like a fun thing to play with. So these are actually, sorry, this is a 6 or 8 for sure. because it sees 2 and 4. Oh, I should have written in that this is a 6, 7, 8, or 9 to begin with, but I did not even, I admit, think about it at all. And it goes over there. Well, good afternoon, Jonathan. Tristan, you have 1 point. They really put a lot of effort into getting it to write that out, you can tell. Paulfly, you have 102 points. Apparently, typing exclamation point points doesn't get you a point itself. Fascinating. We get to see how much people have chatted since this whole thing started this morning. Okay, so okay, that's a good question. Where do 7 and 9 live in column 5? And so so 9 definitely is in one of these 2 circles. Right? But one of these circles is odd and one of them is even. So here's a good observation I had not appreciated. The 6 here... Wait. Did I screw something up here? Oh. I just did not smartly think about this. Somehow in my brain I was starting to turn this into a 2-cell arrow. I don't know how well that worked. Can it go 9, 7, 2 though? Couldn't the 7 go with the 9? Or will that break if I put both of them there? If I make both of those odd, it would make both of these odd, but I think that's okay. Because I could do, say, 5, 1, 2. And then it would be okay, I think. Okay. I mean, this digit, funnily enough, can't be 3. So this digit is 5, 7, or 9 only, because if it were 3, it would be 3, 1, 2, and that would kill this cell. Likewise for this, Likewise for this, except that I don't know that this digit is odd. Right, exactly one of these 4 cells, because these 4 cells map to these 4 cells, exactly one of them is even. But I guess I could have known that by Sudoku as well. Let's see. Ron says row 9, column 7, and row 9, column 8 are always different parities. Yes. Wait, if these are the same parity, these are the same parity. Do I know it's not 9, 1, 3, 5? Is there a problem with 9, 1, 3, 5 for this arrow? If they are all the same parities, then I think it could be 9, 1, 3, 5, unless there's a reason why that doesn't quite work. Let's see. So, hey, ZegreS, how are you doing? This has been very cool so far. So I'm looking at Paul Fly's statement about what happens in column 5. And so one of these is odd, odd 2. Right. Okay, so yeah, there's only one even in this column. So there's only one even in these. So in one case, these are both odd. And if these are both odd, that's a 2. And so what are the odds available? The only odds available are 1, 7, and 9 for these two odds. Well, 1 and 7 and 1 and 9 don't work because they'd put a 2 there and the math wouldn't work. So one of these arrows is, in fact, 7, 9. And so one of these is 7, 9. And then that leaves me with an even and a 1 as the others. And so it is an even and a 1 plus a 1. And so 1 plus 1 is 2. And so indeed, these are a 7, 9 and a 2, 1. And I know the order. I know that the 2 is the bigger number and the 9 is the bigger number. And I know that the 2, there we go. Like that. Which gives us a 6, 8 down here at the bottom. Now, if these are both the same, then that digit's going to go there, but I don't know if I care about that. Oh, ha 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 ha! Yeah, we did see that 9 had to go in a circle, but then we didn't ask ourselves what the 9 was going with, which would have maybe that would have at least gotten us the 9, 7. I was more interested in the 2, 1, but once the 9, 7 has gone, then sort of the 2, 1 sort of fills itself in. But yeah, there's a couple ways to sort of look at everything that was going on in this column. So the cool point from Paul Fly is that this can't be 7 anymore, because if it's a 7, we know this arrow is 7, 1, 6, but that breaks this cell. So this is actually always a 9, and this is always a 9 for the very same reason, which means this isn't a 9, which means these aren't both 8. Because if these were both 8, that would be an 8, and that would be a big problem. So this digit is not a 6. Because these aren't both 8, so at least one of them is 6. So this digit is not 6. So we can mark that down. So yeah, so one of these is 1, 8, and one of them is 3, 6. Oh, this probably isn't 7 or 8 either. So this is only 1, 3, 4, or 5. Let's see, 1, 7 pair. This 1, 7 pair? 1 and 7 are odd. That is what Chad is trying to tell me. Chad has been trying to tell me this for a bit in many ways that I was not getting. 1 and 7 are both odd. And so, in fact, these cells are both odd. And so that means neither of these is a 2. Paul Fly says that means this can't be 8 anymore. Not quite sure. If these are both 6s, it doesn't work either. because this is Ilm's point. If these are both 6s, it makes both of these 8s by Sudoku, which then places an 8 there, which also breaks. So that does not work either. So in fact, actually, what's really being stated is that we know that these are the same, and these are the same. I don't think that immediately does us any good, but I mean, I guess it means this circle's not 8. So if I write in what candidates this circle can be, it now sees a 6-8 pair. It's not a 9. It's not a 2 or a 1. It's not a 3 because of the whole pattern it would make that we've talked about being bad already. It can't be a 4 either, actually, because that would be a 1, 3. So actually, this digit's always odd. So this digit's always odd. That's weird. So this digit's not a 4 in particular. And so this digit's even, because otherwise the parity of the arrow doesn't work. Odd is even plus odd, which then means this is even. For whatever that is worth. So we've got that. Yes, we can remove the red lines. Yes. The red line did not do a lot in that instance, I will be honest. Yes, good point. What can this be? Emily points out, this can now only be 1, 3, or 5 for pretty transparent reasons. And so that's a 1, 3, 5 triple into the column so that's going to do something. I don't quite know what it is. I'm just trying to mess around with other things I know are 3s or 5s or whatever. Okay, one of these is a 2. And one of these is a 2. And the question is, could that be a 2? So if that's a 2, then these are both 2s, which would mean this super isn't a 2. But the question is, do I get some similar problem if both of these are 2s? Oh, right. If both of these are 2s, it's a problem because then neither of these are 9, right? Is that the problem? Because if these are both 2s, they reflect to these 2 cells, which would make both of these even, which does not work. So these are not both 2s. It's a parity mirror problem. Yeah, if these are both 2s, then that can't be a 9. Because of parity mirroring. So exactly one of these is a 2, because these can't both be 2 either for the same reason. So exactly one of these 2 is a 2, which means that this digit and this digit are both even digits that are more than 2. So they're 4 or 6. Neither of them can possibly be 8. And now that does mean this can't be a 5 anymore, which gives me a 1, 3 pair, which actually places a 5 up here. So no 5s over there anymore, for whatever that's worth. So now this can't possibly be a 6 anymore, because it would have to be 6 is 1 plus 0 plus 5. So that's the 8. That's the 6. The x was 8. The circle was 6. I can get rid of my circle xing now. So this can't be 6 anymore. So So now this has to be 1 plus 2 plus 3, even though sort of like nominally you would think it didn't have to be, but I think it really has to be 1 plus 2 plus 3, because whichever of 1, 2, and 3 is missing out of these two, it has to go there. So these digits are all not 1, 2, or 3 because they see the whole 1, 2, 3 arrow. So these are from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and they're not 6. That one's not 9. I'm going to note. These have to sum to 3. So this one had better not be 3, or that one would have to be a 0. So these are an honest 1-2 pair. That all works out. 8 in box 7 can be corner marked here, which nugs 8 out of this cell. Screaming Ice Cube points out in teamwork with Paul Fly. So that reflects up there, making that orange as well. So we've got that all going on. Oh, these are actually a 2-8 pair, because the 2 and the 8 actually both go here. So actually, these are a 2-8 pair, which means they're both blue. Thank you, Medhi. And so those 2-8 reflect, and now here's where I screw this up. That one is sort of 1, 2, 1, 2. These two reflect here, I believe. So we've got all of that. I do know there's a 2 looking down over here. Actually, these are a 2-8 as well. These are also a 2-8. Because 2 and 8 also look into this box and squint down by Sudoku. So the parity mirroring thing didn't do a whole lot in that sense. So if this is an even, it's exactly a 4. Otherwise, it's an odd. Same goes for that cell and to that cell. Let's see. Right. Okay. So now we observe that those 2-8 pairs actually glare separately at each of these cells. And so neither of these cells can be a 2, and so this can't be a 7. This was pointed out by Martin, because 7 is only 1 plus 2 plus 4, but neither of these are 2. So this is a 9. So that is not a 9 anymore. And so is it 9, 1, 3, 5? 9, 1, 2, 6. Well, it's not 9, 1, 2, 6, and it's not 9, 1, 2, 4. Sorry. The 3 ways to make 9 are 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 6, and 1, 3, 5. 2 of those involve a 2. The only one that doesn't is the 1, 3, 5 one, which means all of those are odd. And these are, in fact, a 1, 3, 5 triple, which gives me a 1, 3, 5 triple in this column. Oh, this is not an 8 because of that. So the remaining digits in this column are a 4, a 7, and a 9. That one's not the 9. So one of these two is a 9. I'm going to corner mark just for my Sudoku-logical concerns. This diagonal has the last odd on it in the box, because this diagonal can't be all even. If this diagonal is all even, I have an extra even that then can't be mirrored because I'd put 5 evens in the box. So the last odd is on this diagonal, so these are both even, is the upshot of all of that. I don't know if it's helpful, but I'm going to note it while I see it. Yeah, I really don't think it's helpful, but I felt cool seeing it, so we'll go with it. See, I'm going to fill in these because they can't be 1 or 2. So they're from 3, 4, not 5, 6, 7, not 8, and 9. This one I see can't be 3. That one can't be 9. It's maybe not as helpful as I had fantasized about it being, if I'm honest. I do know that 5 and 7 in this box can be corner marked over here, regardless of how that works out. So that's at least not a 7. It's no such corner marking in this box, though. Good spot. This digit being 5 is too big, Screaming Ice Cube says, by math, because 5 plus 4 is already too big for this digit, so this is not a 5. So that means that in this column, the 5 is actually down here, which means that this is not a 5. Okay, so those are a 1-3 pair. So there's A, 5, or 7, and A, 4, or 6 in these cells. I know that one of these is a 9. I've already marked that off. And I'm remembering that these are either 7, 9, or 1, 2. If these were a 1, 2, it would Z-wing that over there. Yeah, we can sort of mark that those are one of each. These are one of each, just mathematically. Let's see. Oh, we can start coloring 1-3 pairs. That sounds like a good idea. So we have those. That circle goes there. Now, because of these two 9 sums, these two are not the same. Because if these were both 1, these would have to both be 8. Or if these were both 3, these would both be 6. That's definitely not the case. This is J40's point, by the way. I'm just stealing it. So we get that. And so the point of all of that is that these 1-3s both see this cell, making it a 5. Because that's one flavor of 1-3, and that's the other flavor of 1-3. So this cell can be neither flavor of 1-3, so it's a 5. Making this the XE13. I don't know if we're going to end up having more use for our flavors of 1-3 or not. But that now gives us a 1-3 pair in row 7. Huge spot to Nicholas. So that's a 7 and a 9, which gives us a 1 and a 2, which goes with a 1 and a 2, which gives us a 3 and a 6, which gives us an 8 and a 1, which gives us a 3 over there. That's an 8 and a 2. Oh, Lord. Okay, so that's a 3 and a 1. So circle is 1. Okay, so we're going to have to do some pause and do a little bit of coloring before we get too far ahead of ourselves. So that is blue and that is orange. This is now a 3. This is a 2. We've got all of that. We've got all of those. Let's see. That is an 8 and a 2. 3 plus 6 is too big, so that's a 4 and a 7 to make all of that work. So now one of these is a 5, and we know it's that one. And this is a 6. And so that tells us how to resolve our Tetris piece up here, is that our Tetris piece must be blue and orange. Like that. So this is 4 or 6. Oh, this is 4, by the way, apparently. This is just a straight up 4. Which means these are odd. These are odd as well, for the same reason. This is a 4 or 6. This is a 5 or 7. This isn't 4 anymore, so it's definitely odd. One of those two is 4, but I don't think I know which one yet. One in this box is over here. Let's see. 6 in box 9. Beautiful, beautiful. Who said 6 in box 9? Martin spotted 6 in box 9. The 6 looks there and down from the 4-6 pair. So that makes that a 6, which makes these a 2-8 pair. Which makes this the remaining odd, which is a 7 for the box. Oh, there's a 7-9 already. So these are the 2 and 8 for the box. So those two reflect down to these two, I want to say, being both even. And these are a 2-4 pair, if you look at them. And I know the order. So that's the 2 and that's the 4. So that's the 8 and that's the 2 and that's the 8 and that's the 2. Yes, do please take a minute to like the stream if you have not yet liked the stream. And also, if you're not yet subscribed, we're almost at 3,000 subscribers, so please do subscribe if you have not yet done so. And I think you might get an animation to thank you that is very cute. So take that into account. That 5-7 pair looks down here, making this a 4 and that a 5. Making that a 3 and that a 5. Yeah, I love this puzzle. This is amazing. So we've got all of that. One of these two is a 4. Sure, let's see. We've got 1 and 3 under some amount of pressure in this box. They can only live in these cells, I suppose. I'm being told that 8s are finishable. Yes, there's an 8 that goes here. Is there a solver that supports parity mirror? This is the sort of thing that I would love to set if there was a solver, but I think setting this without a solver would just lead to agony. Let's see. There's another 8. Selena believes there's another 8. Oh, there is another 8. Oh, how strange. There's also an 8 there. So that makes that the last orange. Okay, so I should probably mirror... Oh, that stuff's already mirrored. Never mind. Is there anything that's unmirrored? Oh, this is definitely odd by the parity mirroring. I did do the 10 lines parity mirror puzzle, I'm pretty sure. That sounds very familiar. Right. This is odd because it can't be even, because if it was even, I'd be in that 3 evens on the diagonal one. Yeah, and I've done a couple of your parity mirror puzzles. I think I was afraid of this one because this one was listed as 5 stars of difficulty, but yes. So let's see. Aha, no. Darn it. Ooh, a codec one. That sounds very exciting. 3, 5. Parity mirror doubler. Let's see. Okay, so let's place the 1 in here. Let's see. And these are going to be a 3-5 pair. So get excited, the people of you who bet 3 or 5. Let's see. Do I have an unresolved arrow or something? Something dumb like that. I thought that Soliloquy was going to end up being 2 stars, but then I deferred to my testers who said, no, it's a low 3-star. And then LMD said, no, it's a 4-star. So, this cell sees every odd. It sees 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9. That's the point. It sees 1, 3, and 9 in their own, 5 and 7 in the column. But yeah, I was quite surprised that Soliloquy ended up at 4 stars. It could be difficult to judge at times. Okay, so this is a 4. And this is a 6. That's a 4 and a 6. 1 plus 6 is 7. If MicroStudy was here, MicroStudy would be super impressed that I saw immediately that 1 plus 6 was 7, rather than making chat point it out, as that is one of my many weak points. There we go. Those are odd. That's not a 4, so that had better be the 4 for the box. So this is orange. That's even for the row, so it had better be a 4. Let's see. The 1 probably doesn't go in the blue cell, I'm going to guess. So that's a 6, and that's a 1. this is a 7 or a 9, and I inexplicably don't know which, but that means that's also a 7 or a 9, and I explicably do know which. So that's a 9 and that's a 7, which makes that a 3 and that a 9, which now means that up here we've got a 3, I believe. We've got a 7 and a 9 over there that I might as well fill in. One of these has to be a 1, and it's not that one, so it's that one. So that's a 5. One of these has to be a 7, and the other has to be a 5. So that's the 7, and that's the 5. I have all the evens in this row, so these are both odd. I have not all of the evens in this column, so that's even and that's odd. So this is a 6. This is a 7. This is a 3 or 9. Okay, well, that's a 9, and this is a 3 or a 9, but it's a 3, so that's a 9. That's a 7. That is a 5, and the betting tree is a 3. Congratulations to all of the 3 bettors out there. May all of your betting tree wishes come true. 9.09% of bets were for the digit 3, so 9% of you are winners. I thought it was going to name everyone who bet correctly, but there you go. I wonder, does it pay at odds or something? Like, does it redistribute all the bets? It probably just redistributes all the bets, I'm guessing. Yeah, I loved that, ZegreS. That is, I think that is my favorite of your puzzles that I have done. Nice puzzle. I really am impressed with that one. The setting there was just sublime. All right. I am going to take a quick break, and I will be right back with another puzzle. So see you shortly. All right, welcome back to What Fresh Hell Is This? Let's see. Oh, let's try to adjust the camera so that this actually shows. I don't know how. One moment. Somehow this is... Why is this... How is this puzzle possibly bigger than the others? I gotta shrink it just slightly so that it fits. Still needs to show. How did this grid turn out to be bigger than other grids? I don't understand how that's possible. But we do that. Yes, Karen, what would you like me to mention about SudokuCon? Is there stuff coming up that we should know? Uh, yeah, I'm sure we'll figure out some way to get the thing to do something. Alrighty. So next up, so I have been doing one of my puzzles every stream, every other stream, something along those lines. So let us have a look at this. So this is one of the strangest puzzles I have ever made. I'm going to put the bet tree up here because it looks like that's going to be hard to get to. So place your bets now. We'll see if we can successfully solve this puzzle. I think we probably can. So this puzzle, what on earth is this puzzle? So this puzzle is the puzzle I made for the intro of my setting video for Cracking the Cryptic. So way back in the day, several years ago, Cracking the Cryptic solicited setters to make about 1 hour videos on how they set puzzles. So I made one, and in the intro to that video, it sort of assembles a puzzle because Tristan was doing really cool animation. So there's a very cool sort of animation of this. And I'm realizing as I think about this that I should probably do a live reaction video to my setting video because I haven't watched or thought about my setting video in years. So I should probably go back and do that because I think that would be fun to just watch my setting video and give commentary on how everything I said before was a lie. And now I know the one true correct way to set or something. But anyway, this sort of animates in and you can watch all the pieces sort of slide in and everything. And I wanted to make it so that if someone actually looked at this puzzle, it would be a solvable puzzle, but it's sort of a mix of a whole bunch of previous puzzles. So in theory, if you've watched every stream, then you've seen every puzzle that I have set up until this point. And so everything here is a reference to one of those previous puzzles. So if this looks like a pile of a bunch of previous puzzles, that is what's going on. So we're going to have to try and remember what the rules are and possibly have chat go digging to try and find it because I'm not like 100% sure even that anyone other than me has ever solved this puzzle. So we may fail to solve this puzzle. I don't know, but I figure it will be an adventure to try and figure out anyway. So let me go over the rules that I am sure of from looking at the puzzle and say what puzzle they're from. So the puzzle Flower, which was my first Cracking the Cryptic feature, had this sort of yellow center, and the thing that was special about the yellow box was that these cells are anti-knight. So if I put a 2 there, that can't be a 2 because those would be 2 apart. Those would be a knight's move apart. But a 2 there and a 2 there, that's totally fine. It's only digits between box 5 that are anti-knight. These are killer cages. The red things are killer cages. The yellow things are also probably something. We'll figure out what that is in a second. But the red things are killer cages. However, the killer cages in Flower, which these are because they're red, had the additional restriction that consecutive digits could not be adjacent within killer cages. Also, the totals of these killer cages are part of a cipher, which I assume is the answer to the cipher from Elements of Sudoku. So we may have to go back and have someone look in the VOD for what A, M, X, and O are, because we assuredly have to look that up from the answer to Elements of Sudoku, because we probably can't solve the cipher with only these two here. I'm almost positive I remember X being 2. This setup is from the ambiguity puzzle. So you might notice immediately that something is wrong with this box, which is that that if this were sort of literally interpreted, that what would be going on here is that both of these would sum to 15, which would make the center of the box by the rule of 45 a 15. That's not going to work. But one of the puzzles, Ambiguity 2 in there, featured a rule that the killer cages in that, which have exactly this arrangement in the center, either contain the 2 digits or sum to it. So one of these contains the digits 1 and 5, and one of them sums to 15. That is Ambiguity 2. Speaking of Ambiguity 2, there is also Ambiguity 1, which was it's lost the Sudoku. Ambiguity 1 had these things, which were either thermos or arrows. I will say that I was really debating if I should just skip this puzzle and not admit the fact that it existed. But at least until I started, I'm somewhat glad that I did not do that. But we shall see. I might not be glad in 30 minutes when we're still trying to figure this out, or when we break it. These things were ambiguous whether they were thermos or arrows. So it could be that this one goes up like that. That would make it a true thermo. Or it could be that it's an arrow, so it could turn out like that, where the circle is the sum of these. Well, Ambrose, the whole idea was that it was a cryptic puzzle where you had to go back and find, sort of like, do a scavenger hunt for where the rules were coming from and what they must be. At the time I published this, I made sure it was only puzzles that were published on LMD that were there. Tristan is correct. This exists to have a really cool animation for all of these clues being put in. For my own reference, at the time, I mean, if I had been setting puzzles at the time, thinking that one day I might have to be the one to solve them, I'd have made a lot of different choices than I in fact did because of that. I definitely did not set this with the idea that maybe someday I would have to solve it. These cages that have these pills hanging out of them, so these two, I guess, these are cages from Shapes Without Shapes, which was a puzzle where you gave the sum of the digits in a killer cage in a pill sort of hanging off of it. So this pill contains the sum of the digits here. Same here. The squares that are scattered throughout the grid are from the aptly named puzzle Shapes, where there was a pill at the top that gave you the sum of all the digits in the shapes. And I believe had the rule that digits can't repeat within shapes, although we maybe should double check that before I just assume that there is the rule that digits can't repeat within shapes. But this pill here is the sum of all of the digits in these squares. Okay, I think that is all of the rules. We're going to need to remember. So I think A was 1, X was 2. I think M was 3. I don't remember what O was. Over there. Needs more rules. Clearly needs more rules. The cells of squares do contain different digits. Okay, Nikolai looked it up for us. Squares do contain different digits. Yeah, Tristan can look up or can say which stream it was that I did Elements of Sudoku. It wasn't that long ago, but it is in the catalog. So it might be a good time for Tristan to post a link to the catalog just in case we need it. Yeah, I was thinking like this had sort of like as many references to my previous puzzles as possible. But now imagine if I did this when I had, because I think I had like 15 puzzles when I set this. Good Lord, if I tried to do it now. All right, so let's start with what's true about this box. I looked it up in the catalog the other day because someone asked about it and I linked them to it. So here what we have is we have one cage that contains 1 and 5 and one cage that sums to 15. And so let's look at the killer calculator and figure out how to sum to 15 without a 1 or a 5. So the answer is with a 2, a 3, a 4, or a 6. Or sorry, a 2, 3, 4, and 6. So we've got a 1, a 5, a 2, 3, 4, and 6 living in the outer ring here, which means the center cell here can only be 7, 8, or 9. So this is a 7, 8, or 9. This digit here is a sum of 4 different digits. And so I can't get as high as 30 for the reason that if I made it a 30, I would have to make this a 0, which I cannot. So this is only a 1 or a 2. Because it's the sum of these. Oh, does this cage sum to 45? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, it does. It does. I did not even think that maybe I was so lucky that this cage summed to 45. So yeah, that's a 4 and a 5. And we get a second 4-digit dance, actually. Let us bring out the 4-digit dance. Ba-boop-ba-doop. Ba-doop. Boop-ba-doop. Boop-boop. Boop-doop. Ba-doop. Boop-boop. Boop. Boo, ba-do, boo, boo, ba-do, boo, ba-do, boo-do, boo, boo, boo-do. Woohoo! Ma-da-ba, woohoo! Ma-da-ba-ba-ba, woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So that's a 4, and that's a 5. Yeah, the killer calculator even will tell us that the sum is 45. Okay, so that makes this an arrow for sure. So this digit is the sum of these digits. So I will draw a yellow line on it to remind myself that it's an arrow. So this is at least 7. It's certainly 7, 8, or 9. So we've got that. And these digits need to be at most 5 and definitely contain a 1. Because these need to sum to at most 8. And this needs to be a 1, 2, or 3. I'm going to write to do that. And indeed, actually, the arrow needs to have a repeat, and it has to be that one. So these two, I can put some ketchup in the puzzle. These two are actually the same digit, Sayori points out. Which is very good. And now, this digit, now these numbers are much too small for this to possibly start with a 2. Because I would, if these sum to their absolute maximum of 8, I would need to make this at least a 13 in order to have any possibility of working this out. That's not going to work. So in fact, the cage total starts with a 2. Sorry. In fact, the cage total starts with a 1. These are almost assuredly going to have to be double 2, right? These can't possibly be double 3. If these are double 3... No, double 3 does work. Okay, but it's going to create quite a restriction here on what happens here. Because the absolute minimum of these is 2 plus 2 plus 1, which would make this at most 4. If this is a 2, then it makes the total 9. If this is a 3, then it makes the total 2 plus 2 plus 3 it makes the total 8. Can the total be 7 anymore? I don't think the total can be 7 anymore, because I think the minimum is 2, 2, 1, 3. Yeah, so this is not a 7 anymore. Okay, so we've got 5s. By the way, if this is one of your first streams, I promise it's not always this crazy around here. I should also remember the middle is anti-knight. I will go straight from saying it's not always this crazy in here to saying that the middle is anti-knight. So these can't be 4 because of the anti-knight, and these two can't be 5 because of the anti-knight, and this can't be 1 because of the anti-knight. Oh, that's the point. This 5 is ruled out of this entire cage because of anti-knight. So the 1-5 cage is actually this one. So this is the 1-5 cage, and this is the other one, which was 2, 3, 4, 6. So those aren't 4. And by the way, if you are new and you have not yet subscribed, you should subscribe and get a bunch of channel points for yourself. It is a good idea. Okay, and this sums, I'm pretty sure, to 13, and this sums to 2, comma, I have no earthly idea what O was. We'll eventually figure out what O was. And do please like the stream. Yes, do please like the stream. That is also always appreciated. Okay, so one of these is definitely a 4 for whatever that is worth. Let's see. Where is ketchup in box 5? Yeah, ketchup in box 5 is definitely over here. That's true. And so ketchup in this box is up here somewhere. Tristan, can you look up what XO is, just in case this cage total is doing anything for me? And I do have ketchup in squares already. How many squares are there? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 squares. So this is going to be a sum of 6 numbers. So this is going to be a 2 or a 3 only. Because of that. It can't be a 4 because there's already a 4 in the cage. In fact, that means there's a 4 in one of these 2 cells for sure, just by Sudoku. Neither of those interact with the anti-knight central box, but there's a 4 over here. If I put a 4 here, is there any chance it breaks both? I don't think so. I think I could... It certainly wouldn't be an arrow. It would certainly be a thermo if this was a 4, but I don't think there's a problem with it. A 4-cell 13 sum, provided this really is 13, is definitely going to need a 1. Because 13 sums need a 1. I'm 99% sure this is a 1 and that we're going to get a Z-wing, but let me double check. XO is 24, so this cage sums to 24. And AM is 13. I'll double check that I am correct about that. So this is 24. I'm going to write a 2-4 there and a 1-3 there and hope it doesn't confuse me. It's assuredly going to confuse me. I'm just not going to do that. I will just try and remember that this is 13 and this is 24. Tristan has not yet confirmed that it's 13, but I'm pretty sure it is. 24. Is there anything interesting about 4-cell 24 cages? Can I mark it in the killer calculator? Ah, yes, I can say... Well, I can mark it in the funny way by crossing out the things that it actually can be, rather than the other way around. Which will be slightly strange, but yeah, let's, oops, that's not what I wanted. Boop, 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 boop. We'll just use it the backwards way. Oh, you can double click the total? Oh, you can double click the total. Oh, wow. That's a whole new thing. Thank you, Lakia. I have learned a whole new trick with the killer calculator that I did not previously know. Okay, so that is gorgeous. Okay, so I can get rid of this and then say, the total is 13. I'm pretty sure. Okay. Tristan? AM is 13. Okay. So there is a 1 up here because 13 needs a 1. And so because of that, I now have a Z-wing on 1s, which just means that in row 4 and row 5, I have accounted for all the 1s between these two boxes. So therefore, there's no 1 over here. So there's a 1 in one of these two cells. And therefore, this definitely means that there is a 1 up here somewhere for blue to have, because blue needs a 1. Now that can't be an arrow. I have to put a 6 on it. Also can't be an arrow because of row 5, column 5. Right. Okay, yes. That's the point. Where does row 5, column 5 go in box 6? So this digit, because of knight's move, can't go there. Because you can't repeat in squares, can't go there. And because it's not a 4 or 5, can't go there. So this digit goes on one of these cells. But I cannot put a 7, 8, or 9 on a length 4 arrow. So this is definitely not an arrow. And I can't put a 7, 8, or 9 as far down as there. And I can't put it in the same row, so it actually goes there. So we can make this mustard. Sorry, mustard goes there. So this is the same 7, 8, or 9. And it's certainly not a 9 because this number is bigger. So this is an 8 or a 9. Mustard in box 8. Yes, mustard in box 8 is also placed through some combination of nonsense. So it's not in this column. It's not there. It's not there. It's not on either of the squares. And it's not there. So it is there. And so it's an 8 or a 9, but it's also a 7 or an 8. So it must be 8. So that's an 8 and that's a 9. And that probably means we can resolve what was going on with this thermo the whole time. Because now what is going on with this? If I make both of these 2, then this could be 3, 1. If I make both of these 3, then I would need this to be 1, 1. That's not going to work. So these are both 2. And 2 plus 2 is 4, plus 1 plus 3. Yep, there we go. Okay. So now this digit's not a 2. That digit's not a 2. There is a 2 living over here. 9 in blue, Sayori points out now, because I can't repeat 9 on the thermo. That would cause all sorts of problems. So 9 in blue can only go there. So we've got that going on. 9 in the central box is actually placed. Because 9 in the central box can't go here and here through knight's move with that 9. Can't go 9, can't go there with that. It's not 3, 4, or 6. So 9 goes there, I believe. So we can have that. Is that going to be able to place 9 in this box? Well, 9's never going partially along whatever on earth that thing is. It's not going partially along an arrow or partially along a thermo. So I think that 9 lives up here. That's right. I know exactly what these digits are. They're 1, 5, and 7, right? At this point. That sounds reasonable. Okay, so maybe I should think about what this can actually be. So I need this digit to be at least 5 in order that this work at all. Even 5 won't work, actually. At least 6 in order that this work at all. Because if this digit is less than 6, then this cage... Actually, even 6 won't work. Because if I make this 6, then I need to put a 2 here. If I make it 7, I'd have to put a 3 there. So this can only be 8 or 9. If it's 8, this is a 4. And if it's 9, this is a 5. In order to make that work. So that's an 8 or a 9. I'm trying to decide if that somehow interacts with these other 8s and 9s that I have. It does. No, it doesn't. Sorry. I was going to be excited that I knew where 8 in row 5 was, but then I realized I do know where 8 in row 5 is, and it's not where I wanted it to be. Let's see. So there are an 8 and a 9 down here, just for the record. And this isn't 8 or 9, actually. 8 and 9, both by Sudoku, are down here, and that one can't be either of them by Anti-Knight Central Box. So this is an 8 or a 9. So those aren't 8 or 9. So now my 13 cage doesn't have an 8 or a 9 in it, shockingly, to the surprise of everyone. You can place 9 in column 3, I am being told. So 9 is not anywhere there in column 3. It's not there or there. And it's not there either because of this corner marked 9. Very, very smart, Sayori. So 9 is actually just here. Row 4, column 2. What can it be? Very good eye. So this cell actually maybe I better do this the proper way just in case Mark is having an off day. This cell sees the entirety of this 9, 1, 5, 7. So this is not 1, 5, or 7. This is only 4 or 6. Which is a plus. Okay. 8 in box 7 looks up. There's no way this is an 8 either way, is the point. So 8 is ruled out of all of these cells by Sudoku, and whether this is an arrow or a thermo doesn't matter. That's never an 8. So that's always an 8, and that's a 9. Oh, that was box 8. Well, it got me a good point anyway. The point was actually... I thought I was being told the 8 looked up here at box 2 because someone mentioned box 2. So I was actually getting Nikolai's point there. But now actually Sayori's point is that, hey, I can corner mark 8 in this box, which sorts out the 9 and the 8 over here. And as soon as that is an 8, then these sum to 14, which makes that a 4, which means neither of those is a 4. So can't have both a 4 and a 6 in the AM cage, so that's no longer possible. So it's either 1, 2, 3, 7 or 1, 3, 4, 5. Okay. EXO is 24, that's correct. As far as we know. Okay. Yeah, there's definitely a 5 up here somewhere. Hey, Mr. John, how are you? Welcome to the madhouse, so to speak. So that 5 looks down over there, I guess, is what I was trying to do. Uh, okay. Do I know anything interesting about a 24 cage that, for example, doesn't have a 2 in it? So it's a 24 cage with no 2. Not quite. You watched it double speed. Oh boy, this puzzle at double speed, I'm sure made a lot of sense. Okay. Oh no, 9 is placed on the tree. Yeah, 9 is placed on the tree. That's hilarious. Yep. Very good. Yeah. So 9 is placed on the tree. I thought the tree was safe. I thought the tree was safe over there, but alas, the tree in the completely unclued box randomly got sniped by 9s. Ooh, the house won today. Okay, so no one bet 9. Does this cage need a 9? This cage doesn't need a 9, does it? It needs an 8 or a 9. That digit's not 8 or 9. In fact, if it's gonna get an 8, that's the only place it can get an 8. And if it's gonna get a 9, well, then it has options. 9 in box 8 is markable. Ah, yes, 9 in box 8 is in one of these 2 cells. Ah, so 9 is in a square. Is there anywhere we can use the fact that 9 is not in a square? Or that 9 can't repeat in squares? I don't think so. Because that square is already not a 9. Yeah, we can go ahead and we can mark box 7. I'm not a coward. Let's see. No, the thing the square means is that the sum of the square digits is up here, Ambrose, in this pill. So we have that. So that is what is happening with that. Okay, this number, what can this number be? It's at most 7, 6, 5. It's at most 5, but it's not 5 or 4. So this is always 1, 2, or 3, and it's not 2, actually. So this is only 1 or 3 for whatever small amount that is worth. Let's see, this cell, no. This, no. Is there no cell in this box that sees the entirety of this cage? That's right, because of the way this is shaped. 1 in box 6. Yes, 1 in box 6 does not go, spoiler, on the middle of a thermo. 1 goes there, so that's not a 1. It's a 5 or a 7. Let's pencil mark the rest of this box. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, and there's already a 2 in squares, so that's not a 2. That's not a 2 either, because it's partially along a thermo. That's not a 7, because it's partially along a thermo. That's a quad. That's a 2, 3, 4, 6 quad. So actually 7 is, in a very random way, placed here. I guess it's not super random, because it's saying it's not in this cage, and it's not partially along a thermo. Let's see, does that 7... Somehow that 7 inexplicably doesn't see anywhere any of these cells by Anti-Knight. Yeah, so could this really be a 3 now? If this were a 3, it doesn't work for the following hilarious reason. If this is a 3, then it goes 3, 6, 7, and those kill this cell. That's amazing. It's because of the 2 being ruled out of this cell. This doesn't work, so that has to be a 1. So now this cage doesn't have a 1 in it either. Is that interesting? Probably at least a little bit. It at least kills one more option. I feel like the stream has gotten more violent. It at least eliminates gently one more option. Yes. Okay, so 13 plus 24 sounds like 37. So these two need to add to 8. So they're either 4 plus 4, which doesn't work because there's a 4 in the column, or they're 6 plus 2. So no 2, 6, no 6 there. That 3, 7 makes that a 6, which makes that a 2, which makes that a 2. That's not a 1 anymore. The 1 is over there. Okay. That is not a 6. The 3, 7 pair also clears out those, giving me a 5 and a 1 and a 7. So that's not a 1. These are a known triple now of 1, 3, 5. That's a known single of 4. Let's see. I'm just double checking there aren't any more anti-knight deductions that go on there. 1 in box 8 is now placed without even any anti-knight shenanigans. 1 is placed in box 8, which places 9 in box 8. Let's see. Okay, so now we've got to do 3, 4, 8, 3, 5, 7, or 4, 5, 6. Box 3? Right. These are 4, 6, 8 in box 3 because they're these digits can't repeat in the cage. So these are 4, 6, and 8. And that one's not a 4. One in column 4 by squares and anti-knight. Correct. This can't be a 1 because there's now a 1 in squares. That can't be a 1 because of anti-knight central box. So that's a 1, which probably tells us that this is an arrow. And so it definitely doesn't sum to 4 anymore if it's an arrow, which means that's a 4. So these are either 2, 3 or 2, 5. And so the point of these being 2, 3 or 2, 5 is that they always involve a 2, and that 2 always goes there. And so now this just can't be a 5, which is what would be required. So this is a 3, and that's a 6, and that's an 8. And Dorlear has remembered one of the rules that I had completely forgotten, which is that Dorlear remembered that I'm not supposed to have I'm not supposed to have consecutive digits adjacent in red cages. And so 4 can't go next to 3 or 5, so that's a 1, a 5, and a 3. That 3 fixes this box via the anti-knight central box. I'm being told that gives a 1 in box 1. It does. And that's a 7, which means we probably know what this digit is as well. It seems to be a 4. No 7s over there. Okay, so these are all known now. Let me just go ahead and write them in. Those are 5, 6, so that's an 8. That's a 7. These aren't 7 or 8 or 5 or 6. These are just a 2, 3 pair. That's not a 1 either, so that's a 1. This cage doesn't have an 8 in it anymore because of Dorlear's observation that the rules are the rules. So this is ruled out. So these are either 3, 5, 7 or 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6 is not possible because of the Dorlear rule. Because I'd have to put a 4 here by Sudoku, and then I'd have to put a 5, 6 here, but those would be consecutive. So it's not that one either. It is the 3, 5, 7 version. So these are 3, 5, and 7. And that's the 3. These are not 3, so that's not 5 because of the 5, 7 pair. Oh, I see Jim has done the same math that I have done, I believe. Let's fill in these. That seems to be a 7 and a 5 and a 6 and a 4. A 5 and a 6 and a 5. That's a 7 and a 5. I should place 8 in row 8. I shall. Thank you. My squares... I now know the sum of... Oh, I now almost know the sum of my squares. So what are my squares currently summing to? That is 10, 20, 24. If I did 24 plus 3, this would be a 27. And if I did 24 plus 7, this would be a 31, right? So this can't be a 31. So I think this has to be a 27 with a 3 and a 7. And this being whatever it is. This being a 3. We got a 2 and a 3. So we've got our 27 sum up there. And so now we can probably mark the rest of the grid. And probably get a bunch of singles. So 5, 4, 6, 6, 5, 7, 2, 6, 8, 3, 9, and 4. And so there we go. So we successfully made it through that one. I was not 100% confident, but we made it through. I never actually marked that this was a thermo. I just said it was a thermo, but we can mark that it was a thermo. Yeah, we solved the ZetaMath clip show. Yes, exactly. Yeah. But I'm glad that I'm glad that turned out to be reasonably solvable. Yeah, I didn't think it was going to be hard as long as you could remember everything that was going on, since it was sort of a, like, see if you can remember what I have done in my puzzles, which turned into see if I can remember what I have done in my puzzles. Don't scan too closely to see if I missed an anti-knight from the central box. I'm pretty sure I remember that this puzzle, when I was setting, I think I had a version that worked, except then it turned out that there was a 3 next to a 3 or something. But yeah, I think legitimately no one else has solved this puzzle that I'm aware of. So anyway, let us take a quick break, and I will be back, and I will see you all in just a moment. Alrighty, welcome back. Oh, I did the thing badly. Where is my thing? One moment. I wanted to show you Tristan's animation of the previous puzzle while doing it, and then I did not actually set it up smartly for it. There we go. Let me hide my camera. Okay, I'm not going to watch the video now. I will watch the video later and do a reaction to it.
Hello, everyone.
But I just wanted to show you
zetamath,
the
and this is my setter
one.
video. I'm going to take this a little bit differently than other setters have, and rather than talk about how I set a particular puzzle, I'm going to talk more about what defines my style of puzzle and the kind of thing I think about in order to set that kind of puzzle. Now, I'm a relatively new setter, having started just back in November, so part of my pitch here is to try and tell you how I started setting puzzles that people liked fairly quickly, so that if you're a new setter, maybe not super experienced, then hopefully you can take this advice and do the same thing. So before we can come to my experience with setting, I need to tell you a little bit about my experience with puzzles. So I've been playing digital puzzle games for a while, by which I'm thinking about things like hex cells.
There we go. Okay. I promise at some point, do an actual reaction to that video. But the animation I wanted to show you, since we just did the puzzle that was made for that. Alrighty. Yes. Okay. So now we are back to we are back here. All right. And I saw Lakia saying that they watched my MIA setting video last night. I hope you enjoyed it. I think Tristan did an amazing job of taking the process of me setting the MIA thing. If you're at all interested in setting and want to see a video on it, I recommend the MIA setting video. I have a couple videos of me setting puzzles. Spoiler, I intend to make another one in the very near future with Ransk, fingers crossed. So anyway, you can look forward to more. I'm always interested in doing, because I get a lot of questions about setting puzzles and whatnot, so I'm always interested in doing more setting content, but it's always a little tricky to figure out what will actually sort of be engaging viewing and all those kinds of things. So anyway, so we'll figure this out. We're going to do this Myxo puzzle, which is going to involve some math, I suspect. So we will be slightly warned about that. But this is a Myxo double arrow. So I think Myxo has taken over the reins of double arrow puzzles. I'm going to put a bet tree there. We'll see how it goes. So the way double arrows work is that they look like between lines and confuse people into thinking that they're between lines, but they're not between lines. The way they work is that the sum of the digits that you put along a line, so for example, these would sum to 12, needs to be the same as the sum of the digits in the circles. So I could do, for example, 8 and 4. But I want to emphasize that you can repeat digits if you want, so it would also be equally valid to make this 5 and 7, even though there's a 7 there. Now, this does allow a little bit of sort of math here. If the 7 is there, then those 7s kind of cancel, and what you're really saying is that this circle is the sum of those two. I called them double arrows when I sort of first put these in a puzzle, because my whole reasoning was that sort of on a single arrow, you sort of like run out of room very quickly because the sum of 3 digits is already sort of struggling to be past 9. So I sort of view the second circle as like an escape valve, if you will, for the arrow. But then up to you to decide if that's really how you think about these, or if you think about these as really having absolutely nothing to do with arrows or whatnot. So those are the double arrows. we have XV rules. So X cells sum to 10, V cells sum to 5. Not all X's and V's are necessarily given. It would be impressive if all X's and V's were given, I will say. And digits don't repeat along the diagonals. So each of these diagonals, no repeating digits. All right, so that is that. So the reason why I think there's going to be math involved is because the rule of 45 here is going to tell us something interesting about this row. Namely, if I sum this row, the entire row is 45. But these 3 cells I can replace with these 2, and these 3 cells I can replace with these 2. And so that 45 is actually the sum of this cell twice, this cell twice, and this cell 3 times. So 2 times carnival cake plus 3 times royal purple is 45. That is the way that works. So I want to try and remember that. And the same goes, of course, for each row, is that 2 times the sum of these 2 plus 3 times that is always going to be 45. Okay. So we can try to remember how that math works out. And of course, we also have some maths that involve the fact that these things are 10 and this thing is a 5. Now, Selena is looking at column 5 and finding a 579 triple, which I am intrigued by. So the upshot of that rule that I just told you is that digit is always odd, because if this digit was even, then I'd have 2 times the sum of these 2 plus 3 times an even number. That would have an even total, but 45 is not an even number. And so these I know are certainly 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. They're definitely odd. But now 1 is too small to possibly go in any of these center cells, because I'd have a 1 plus something is equal to a number that's more than 10. That's not going to work. And now 3, I'm going to guess, is also going to be too small, based on Selena's claim. Because if I made this a 3, the largest I could make this is a 9. This would be a sum of 12. But the point is here, if I make this center, whatever digit I make it, these always sum to at least 21 naively. Am I going to be able to be that naive? These always sum to at least 21. And so I therefore need these 2 circles to sum to at least 21 minus twice this digit over 2. No, 21 minus twice this digit, just 21 minus twice this digit overall. I think I have to do better. I think I have to actually take the 3 out. So if I make this a 3, what's the minimum I can really put out? It's 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 for these. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 is 7, 14, 28 is 28. So I need these 2 digits, if I make this a 3, to sum to at least 22. And I can't make these 2 digits sum to at least 22. That's not going to work. So therefore, that can't be a 3, and the same trickles down. Again, the idea is if I make this a 3, I absolutely minimize the sum of these, and it makes the sum of these be way too big, even when we minimize them. That is the proof. So these digits are the remaining ones out of all of those. Now, the 5 is going to be awfully tight. What's going to happen with whichever one of these rows has a 5, what's going to happen with it is that I'm going to have, if I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, what is that sum? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7 is 23. Oh, I guess that's not too bad. That's not, never mind. It's not going to be that restrictive. But there's a point that's not to do with mins and maxings that 57 Thorns has, which is actually connected to the example I did at the beginning, which is that 5 is going to work very poorly in either of these rows that has a V. Because if I make this a 5, if I make this a 5, these two add to 5, that means these two are the same digit. That's going to work very poorly. And so, in fact, neither of those can be a 5 because there's a V over here, which works the same way. So, in fact, that's always the 5. And we get to have our digit dance from our digit dancing penguin, Zach. Ba-boop-ba-doo. Whoa. Ba-doop-ba-doo. Whoa. Ba-doop-ba-doo. Whoa. Woohoo! Beautiful setting to Myxo there, and beautiful quick spotting there on seeing that right away to 57 Thorns there. So, of course, these are each at least summing to 11. So these have to be from 6, 7, 8, 9 for sure. Now, it's 3. So these two, I actually know their sum, right? Because we said it's 3 times this plus 2 times the sum of these is 45. So 3 times this is 15. So these two add to 15. So they're either 6, 9, or 7, 8. Those are the only options. So, oh, that's weird. Okay, so these are 6, 9, or 7, 8. And that's always going to mean that one of them agrees with this in this sort of triangle X-y thing, because I've got sort of a weird virtual 7-9 pair along one of these axes, I suppose. Which seems very relevant to me. Oops. I agree with Sayori. A thing that's worth noting is that these are both high, and there's a high on each X. So that makes these be at most 4. Because there's only 4, 6, 7, 8, 9s, and we know roughly where all of them are in row 1. Which means that the largest digit on this line is at least a 6. I don't know if that's super exciting, but it is worth contemplating. Okay. The 7, 9 feels intentional to me. Yeah, does that mean that these can't be 7 or 9? Oh, these can never be 7 or 9 for a much simpler reason. The much simpler reason that these can never be 7 or 9 is that this digit outright sees both 7 and 9 by Sudoku. So I was trying to prove something in a really complicated way that I can prove in a really simple way. The 7, 9s look at these. So these digits are just not 7, 9. They're at most 8. But their minimum is assuredly larger than 1. So again, triple the middle digit plus double the sum of the outer digits is 45. So triple 9. Let us go ahead and do triple 9 is 27. So these two outer digits need to sum to at least 45 minus 27 over 2. 45 minus 27. Unfortunately, I believe I have concluded that they sum to at least 9, which means they can be 8. Okay. So I think they can be 8. And these don't immediately lose the ability to be 7 and 9 because they don't see that. So if this is a 9, these two do sum to 9. In some way, shape, or form. Okay, so a couple of people are pointing out that actually the max sum of this double arrow is actually not that large. The maximum sum of this arrow is 5 plus 9, which is 14. And the minimum sum of these two, or sorry, so the maximum sum of these two needs to be 14. And so this digit can't be an 8. And so this digit certainly can't be, and because these two need to sum to at least 9, now this one can't be a 1 or a 2. Okay, so we've got what feels like a little bit of progress there. Now I'm not going to get the same. Oh, if either of these is a 6, neither of these can be a 6, is a true statement. And if either of these is a 7 or 8, neither of these can be a 7 or 8. By the same Sudoku-X sort of trick. 5 is placed in row 5. It's not in any of those places. And it's not in that circle because of the aforementioned thing that it would make these two the same digit. So 5, I think, can go in one of those two places, but there's a claim that one of these is not going to work. Maybe there's not a claim that one of these is not going to work. But one of those is going to be a 5. If this was a 5, then this would end up being a 1 or a 3. Again, one of these pairs does, in fact, sum to 9. It's either that one or that one. And the ones where it's a 7 in the middle, let's just do the math real quick. 3 times 21, or sorry, 3 times 7 is 21. So that means the outie is summed to 12. In the row with a 7, the outie is summed to 12. So the outies are summing to 12 or to 9, if I did that correctly. Right. This can't be 5, Todd is pointing out, for the same reason that we keep saying, which is that if this is a 5, then these two are the same digit, and it repeats it in the box and the row and all those other sorts of things. So in this row, 5 is actually restricted to 3 places. Are we making a swordfish or something? Oh, no, sorry. 5's only restricted to 2 places in this row. These are the only 2 places in this row that 5 can go. No, 5 could go there, sorry. There's 3 places for 5 in this row. I contend all of those can be 5. I think that's true. And in this row, one of these two is 5. Really feels like it's starting to be a swordfish, but I can't imagine where I'd get another row where 5 is restricted. It is true. For the same reason, row 5, column 9 can't be 10. I had better pencil mark it so that I can remember that. And I'll remove 10. There we go. 10 is no longer there. Okay. So, and this is not a double arrow. This is just a diagonal. Okay, so Selena says if this is 7, then row 9, column 5 is 8. Sorry, if this is 7, then that's an 8. Because I need these to sum to 12, right? Because if this is 7, I need these to sum to 12, and the only way to do that is with an 8. And so this would be a 7, that would be an 8, which would make these a 6-9 pair. And that breaks because it sees the 9 here. Okay, that's cool. So if this is a 7, it breaks in the following somewhat sophisticated way. A 7 here, because it forces these two to sum to 12, makes these an 8 and a 4. But that 8 now rules 8 out of this 15 sum. It makes this a 6 plus 9. But now this cell is a naked single nothing. Because it's not 7, it's not 9, and so it doesn't have any options. So this can't be 7 because of the weird way. And I think there's probably a way to phrase that works with my claims about there being some sort of virtual pair between this and that and the other thing or something. I think there's probably a way to phrase that where it sounds a little less look ahead, because it sounds to me, again, like we're doing some sort of weird virtual pair thing. But anyway, it means that definitely this is a 9 and this is a 7. And now that means these two circles need to add to 12. So this is not a 1 or a 2. Or a 6, I might as well point out, because 6 is not going to be involved in a sum to 12. And so this is also going to be 3, 4, or 8, 9. Now, this being 8, 9 is probably a problem, because if this is 8 or 9, I need this digit to be quite large because these two sum to 5. And so... namely, I need this digit to be at least a 10. That's not going to work. So that is not an 8 or a 9. This isn't a 3 or a 4, and that's the 8 or the 9. Let's see. So there's a weird 3-4 virtual pair here, because this is a 3 or a 4, and every V involves a 3 or a 4. So this X does not involve a 3 or a 4. So it involves a 1 or a 2 and an 8 or a 9. And so that gives us an 8-9 virtual pair, which means that this V does not involve an 8 or a 9. Okay. Yes, this can't be a 6, Sayori points out, because I would need this cell to be a 10 now. So that's never a 6. And these really do add to 9. So the fact that this is 1, 2, 3, or 4 means that this is 5, 6, or 8. And the fact that this can't be 7 means this can't be 2. Oh, and the fact that neither of these can be 7 now means that these are R6, 9. So these just literally are 6, 9 for sure, in order to make that work. So so these X's are 2, 8, 3, 7, which now means that these aren't 2 or 3. These are actually 1 and 4. So that's not a 7. So that's not a 3 at the very least. So these sum to at least 11, which is maybe completely unexciting. Okay, so good spot. This digit's always high in order that I get high enough, because these only sum to 5. And so I need these to sum to 5 or more. And so this is from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's not a 9, obviously. And on this side, these sum to a minimum of 14. So I need this to be at least 4. Oh, sorry. This just can't be a 6. Let me also mark that, because this sees the 6, 9 pair. So this is not a 6. So this is only 5 or 8. And 5 or 8 only goes with 1 or 4 over here because of the way our sum works. So that means this is a 2-3 pair for sure. That is cool. Slick. Right, and so that's all the lows for the row is the easier way to phrase this. I was trying to do this by math, but the easier way to do this is to say it's all the lows, because that's, of course, 3 lows, plus 1 more low, that's 4 lows. So this is 5, 6, 7, 8 as well. I know that these are... what is this? This X is now forced. This X now can't be 1, 9, 2, 8, or 3, 7. This X is only 4, 6, which resolves that that's a 1 and that's an 8. So we can do that. And so now we have a completely useless Z-wing on 5. So my efforts with the 5s did not pay off. Let's put it that mildly. So these are 5 and 7. Oh, people are encouraging me that perhaps I could actually figure out how to make this work, because these are supposed to add to 10. And so that's the 5 and that's the 7. And so that's a 5 up there. And so now these add to 10. So that's a 3. Makes this a 1, 4. Now my aligning 4s here actually do some work, because my aligning 4s here now mean that 4 in column 1 is in one of these two cells, which I'm going to mark. Now these needed to add to 12, so that's a 9. And these are a 2, 8, and that's a 3. Oops, not a 3. That's whatever the other one is. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. Okay, so we've got all of that stuff floating around. Now that has become a 6 and a 9, so we've fixed that order. So now, because those sum to 10, we need that to be a 1 and that to be a 4, because those definitely sum to 11. These sum to 14. There are more ZegreS floating around. That's probably true. Oh, right. These 2s form a ZegreS, telling us that the 2 in column 9 needs to live up here. So this is not 2, 8, it's 3, 7. And so these are not 3 or 7, they are 2, 8. Okay, so we've got all of that stuff kicking around now. I know there's a 7 in one of these two cells by Sudoku. I don't know that that does anything, but it's true. I know there's a 7 over here. I know there's a 5 up here. Yeah, okay. So Sayori points out that on this diagonal, there's no 2 there and there's no 2 here. So there's definitely a 2 in one of these two cells. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's try and maybe hunt for diagonals for things. It's not a very interesting story. Jovi just would prefer no longer be associated with the Sudoku technique now known as ZegreS. So I asked chat to rename them, and chat chose ZegreS for fairly obvious and adorable reasons. And so that is the story. Now 2 on the other diagonal. Right. 2 on the other diagonal. So 2 on the other diagonal here gives me a 2, which now gives me another Z-wing on 2s, which puts a 2 in one of those two cells. Which is, I'm sure, interesting for the following reason that, who knows. Yeah, where is 9 on box 5 by Sudoku? Let's do it the other. Nico's suggesting do it the other way. 9 on box 5 is definitely placed on this diagonal. Just Sudoku-logically it's placed there, which now gives us that 9 in this box is now only in one of these two cells. And 9 in this box is in one of these two cells. Aha! So the point is one of the sides of this double arrow is always a 9. I don't know what to do with it, but one of the sides of this arrow is always of this double arrow is always a 9. Ron says I already said this can't be 5, but I think Ron mentioned it, or I think Ron means a different cell than that. Let's see. So this is at most 7. This can be 8 or 9. Does it have to be 8 or 9 for some reason that I don't see? I'm not sure yet. Okay. So if the other digit in these things, if the digit that's not 9 in these two circles, if it's not a 7 or a 5, then that digit goes on this arrow. And so then the other two digits on the arrow add to 9, which would mean they would need to be 1, 8 or 3, 6. Seems completely uninteresting as of now, but maybe it's more interesting here. One of these circles... Okay, so one of these two circles has to end up not on the arrow. So one of these circles is a 1, 4, or 5. Because if neither of these are 1, 4, or 5, then both circles end up on the line with a 0. So one of these needs to be fairly small. Yeah, exactly as Martin says, one of these is a 1, 4, or 5. And one repeats, because they're not both 1, 4, or 5. Because the minimum sum here is 2, 3, 6. The minimum sum is 11 for these cells. Does it have to be 5? Because the minimum sum here is 11. And so the other one repeats. Right. Okay. The none 1, 4, 5 repeats. Right. The none 1, 4, 5 in these two circles repeats. And so the other two add to whichever one it is that doesn't repeat. And so they're not adding to 1, and they're not adding to 4, because that would require a 1. So what the upshot of all of this is that there's a 2 and a 3 in here. And one of these two circles is a 5. Is a 5. Now that 2, 3 actually places a 2 over here. For whatever reason. Okay, and these can't be... Okay, so 3 in box 1 is placed there. I agree. So do I just want to good lift these? I think I kind of want to good lift these cells since they're so important to this. So one of them is a 5. This one's not a 7 either. This one's not an 8 either. I know this one's not a 4 because of the Z-wing on 4s. Is there a reason the repeat can't... Oh, the repeat... Can the repeat really be a 1? That seems impossible. No, the repeat can't be a 1 because the repeat being a 1 would repeat 1 in the box. So they're definitely not 1. And the repeat being a 4 would repeat 4 in the box. Okay. Okay. So there's a 1-4 pair in row 2, because 1 and 4 have to go into row 2, and they can only go into row 2 in these two cells, Sayori points out. So those are a 1-4. Agree. Is anything in this diagonal becoming tense or interesting or whatever? Maybe not quite yet. Okay, 5's in row 2 and the negative diagonal. Right. Okay. So yeah, 5 is in one of these two places, and so this can't be a 5. Yeah. Okay. So sorry. The question is, 5 is in one of these two places. So where does 5 go on the other diagonal? It's not there. It's not there. It's not here because it would block off both of these. It's not here because it would knock off both of these. And so it's placed as there, which places that as a 2, which places that as an 8 and a 2. Okay. So 3 in box 7 now gets placed there. Oops. So 3 in box 7 now gets placed there, which makes that a 9. And remember, that's a 9 now. So these, in fact, sum to 12 in 3 without a 2. But one of them is a 3, remember. And so what I really need to think here is 2 of these sum to 9 without being 3, 6, 4, 5, or 2, 7. So it's 3, 1, 8. Is the way, because the 3 ends up on the line is the thing that makes this easy to do rather than messy. So we can, we can fill this in, remembering that they're not 1, 3, or 8. So these are 2, 4, and 6. These are just a pair, so I should fill those in. They're 1, 7. That 1, 7 looks up here and makes that a 4 and that a 1. So let us fill in the rest of this column, I suppose. So the rest of this column is not 1 or 7. Yeah, 7 in column 3 is placed. Very good. 7 in column 3, because of that 1, 7 pair and that 7 looking up column 3, and I can't repeat 7 on this diagonal. So that's a 7, which by yellow means that's a 5. Oops. Very good. And so these are a 2, 3, 7 triple, because the 7 gets pushed down here. And in fact, the 7 gets placed exactly there. And then those are my 2, 3 adding to 5. This is now a triple of 6, 8, 9. These are also a triple that do not include 3, no matter what is being told to you. So these are also a triple of 1, 5, 6. That's not a 1, though, because there's already a 1 on this diagonal. So that is the 1 because of that, which sorts out the 4 and the 1, which sorts out the 6 and the 4. This diagonal... Oh, that 8 already looks up and sees that that's a 4, that's an 8, and that's a 9. So this diagonal is missing a 9 and a 3. So these are just a 3-9 pair that I don't think is resolved. Okay, this diagonal is missing more things. Let's see, it still needs a 2, 3, 4. It still needs 5, 6, 7. It's got 8. It still needs, and it's got a 9. Okay. So this is not 4, 5, or 6. This is not 5 or 6. This is not 2, 4, or 5. This is not 5. It's not 2 either because there's a 2, 3 pair in the box. It's not 4 or 6 because a 4 and a 6 look at it from the side. So that's an 8 and a 6. That 8 sorts out that that's the 2, and that's the 4, and that's the 5. So that is the 6, the 3, and the 2 and the 8, the 3 and the 2, the 2 and the 6 and the 4. The 9 and the 3, the 8, the 7 and the 3, the 9 and the 6, the 8, 1, and 3, oops, 8, 1, and 3, 7, and 1, 2, and 5. Yeah, I feel like mathematically this is the positive diagonal, but it is not a battle that I have the will to fight. But this is the line of positive slope in Sudoku because it is the line where the row and column number move in the same direction. And this is the line of negative slope, but people have sort of hard-coded in their mind that negative slope means this way and positive slope means this way. So I just go with this sort of convention and just sort of live with it. But I usually don't say positive and negative because it slightly tilts me. But it is a very small thing. 6, 8, 9, 1, 8, 7, 4, 6, 1, 3. Let's see. And these are a 4 and a 7, 2, 3, 4, and the bet tree is a 5. So congratulations to the all the 5 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. I enjoyed that puzzle a lot. That was very cool. Yeah, / and backslash. That works. That works well. First digit 5 and last digit 5. That is very nice. 16.67% of bettors won. Oh, did Streamlabs do a big fanfare for the victory of the 5? Alrighty. Please do like the stream if you've not yet liked the stream, and please subscribe if you're not subscribed yet. That would be also greatly appreciated. Glad to see some people winning some points. I am going to take a brief break, and I will be back in just a moment. Alrighty, welcome back. I'm going to be honest up front. I'm not a huge fan of pill arrows normally, but I am a fan of ICHTUES puzzles normally. So we're going to go with the idea that I'll like it being an ICHTUES puzzle, and forgive it being a pill arrow puzzle. So let us try this mad looking puzzle. So the way this works, if you have not yet seen it, is that these are arrows, but these are arrows that allow for 2-digit numbers. So for example, 7 plus 8 plus 9 is 24 would be a valid fill. We have recovered our diagonals from the previous puzzle. So again, we can't repeat digits going that way or going that way. Usually ICHTUES puzzles only have one direction, but now we've actually got 2 directions. So very fancy. So we have we have a few things to do here, but first of all, let's pick a bet tree. I'm gonna pick that as the bet tree. So first things first. Oh, actually, I don't know if that's true. I was gonna say something that I think was I think is not true. But we can go ahead and fill in this digit to start with. Because if this digit is a 1, let's think about what happens. Well, that's saying that these sum to a 1-y something number plus 1. That's maybe a 2-y something number at most. That's never going to work. So that's not going to work. What if this is a 2? Well, if this is a 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, then we're going to end up doing this. We're going to end up saying that we have a 20-something plus a 2 plus something. That's still not getting us anywhere near to 45. And so the way you can actually do this, if you want to do this with algebra, it seems excessive to use algebra here. But if you want to use algebra, what you can do is you can say that if this is x and this is y, then how many x's do you get? Well, this is 10x plus x. So that's 11x for the row plus 2y, because this y shows up twice. And so we're solving 11x plus 2y equals 45 is ultimately what happens. But anyway, that means this digit can't possibly be anything but a 3 is ultimately the point of all of this. Because if you try and make this anything but a 3, you either get too much or too little. So this is a 3 and this is a 6. And we can get our 3 dance in from the Zach. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Boo! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Woohoo! Waha! Wee! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Excellent. But yeah, the 11 trick might prove helpful. But it seems like when there's 4 cases, that it's easier to do the 4 cases than it is to solve a system in 2 variable with one equation in 2 variables. Okay. I certainly agree that this can be at most a 2 and this can be at most a 2 to do that. Now, the thing I was actually interested in when I looked at this is this only sums to 45, but the minimum possible sum of these is quite large, because the minimum possible sum is 1, 2, 3, which would be 60, plus 4, 5, 6 would be 75. So the minimum sum of these is 75, which means the minimum possible sum of these is exactly what you want it to be, which is 30. And so these have to be 6, 7, 8, 9, because they can't possibly sum to less than 30. These have to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, because they can't possibly sum to more than 45. These have to be 1, 2, 3, and these have to be 4, 5, 6. So these have to be 7, 8, 9. And so you get all of this min equals max business out of the way these arrows are set up, which is very handy. Okay, so this is already at 24. Now, this one certainly is not 3. And I very much doubt it's a 2. But it can at least maybe be a 2, but it's certainly not 3 because it's only a sum of these. This one is already summing at least things adding to 20 just from those two. So this is never the 2. So we've got that. Okay, so this digit can only be 2 or 3, but it being 2 would be insanely tight, because it being 2 would mean I would need these to sum to at most what? Because these already sum to 24, so I'd need these to sum to at most 5. Oh, no, it's even worse, because of the 7, 8, 9. Oh, that's slick. Oh, the way this 7, 8, 9 interacts with this is great. Because imagine if this is a 2. Imagine if this is a 2, what's this number? Well, it's at most 6, but that means these sum to at most 2. That's just never going to work. So this is always a 3, which is very cool. So we've got all of that. These aren't 6 while we're at it. These also aren't 3, so the 3 is living in one of these places. Oh, right. So this is this digit is not a 4. Because if this digit were a 4, I would need to make 5 cells sum to 40 something, but 5 cells sum to at most 35. So this is a 1 or a 2. But if this is a 1, I think we run into a problem, which is that if this is a 1, then the minimum sum of these cells becomes 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is already 20. So if this is a 1, it's not a 1. So in fact, that's a 2 and that's a 1. If we'd like that, which now puts some upward pressure up here, because now these sum to a minimum of 3, 4, 5, which is 12, plus 6 is 18, which just does not work for this being a 1. Because if this is a 1, I'd need it to sum to at least 18, but unfortunately that is only a 4, 5, or 6. So that's not a 1. That is a 1, and that's a 2. Now, notice we do have a 6, 7, 8, 9 quad in this row. So this is actually never a 6. So these only sum to 14 or 15. And these are 3, 4, or 5. Okay, and this is certainly never a 5, because 5 is, because the largest possible sum here is 24. And so these have to be 6, 7, 8, 9. And we definitely involve an 8 and a 9 in this whole arrow. And that's not a 6. Because in order to get to 23 or 24, I either do 7, 8, 9 or 6, 7, 8, 9, whichever happens to work. Okay. So one of these two is a 6. Sure. Now, it would sure make a lot more sense for this to be the 30-something one and this to be the 20-something one, but who knows exactly what is going to happen in this world. There is a 3 in one of these two cells just by Sudoku, because of our 3s looking down from those two cells. Okay, this is not a 1, and that's not a 1 by diagonals. Let's see. Yeah, what can row 1, column 6 be is a good question. So naively, it can be any of these things. Okay, these sum to 24 already. So the question is, what can these sum to? So I'm not sure. Oh wow, that's incredibly slick. This can't be a 4, because if it was a 4, we'd be saying that these added to 10, and there's no way that they can possibly add to 10. The max of these two actually is 5 and 6, which would make this 35. As I said earlier, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is the maximum sum of 5, so this is never a 6. This is only 1, 2, or 5. Okay. 35 uses a 5. Right. It can't be 5 because 35 uses a 5. Because the way we'd make these sum to 35 is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, which doesn't work. So that's not a 5. It's only a 1 or a 2. Okay, and so these two cells sum to, okay, so 31 minus 24 is 7. So these two cells sum to 7 or 8. Let's see. Jay says there's no 6 in here because they're summing to 7 or 8. Oh, right. Ha 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 ha. Okay, that's adorable. If I put a 6 here, then 4 of these numbers sum to exactly 30, and then I have to repeat the units digit, which doesn't work. So I'm not putting a 6 in either of these cells. And so where does 6 go in this column? And exactly on top of the 3. That is slick. Okay, so just by Sudoku and nothing else, these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So these are from 1, 2, 4, 5. And we said these two sum to 7 or 8. Well, now they can't possibly sum to 8 because the numbers aren't big enough. And so they can only sum to 7. And so that makes this a 1 and makes these a 2, 5, and therefore makes this a 4. Or if you prefer, the way Martin said it is 32 breaks every way of making 8. It's sort of the same deduction, sort of framed in a couple different ways, but same idea. So we've now got all of that. So 4 and 6 are certainly pushed into these cells. I don't know how much I care about that yet. Okay. Okay, the minimum sum here is 21 plus 1, 2, 4 is 28. Okay, this can't be a 2 anymore. And probably hasn't been able to be for some time, because the minimum sum here is 21 plus 1, 2, 4 is 28. This can't be as small as 28 if it starts with a 2. So that's the 3 and that's the 2, which is what we expected, but I didn't have it before. And that places the 3 there, like that, which means there's definitely a 3 in one of these two cells. Okay. So, 2, 3, 9 seems okay to me. the minimum sum here is 4, 5, 7, which is 16. Unfortunately, that leaves me some flexibility. I don't really want to make this the minimum sum, is the upshot of all of this. If I put a 1 in here, it's not big enough. Several people in chat have worked together to figure this out, because 1 plus 3 is 4, plus 9 is 13. That's not as big as 14. So this is never the 1. And so the 1's actually definitely over here. It's not on the diagonal with the 1. Yeah, we could do a little bit of corner marking over here with 1s and 2s for column 5. 2 is definitely in one of these two cells on this diagonal. Agree about that. Where is 2 in column? Where are 1 and 2 in column 3? Let's start with where 1 is in column 3. Sayori points out 1 in column 3 has to go there. So 2 now does go here. And so these need to be 2, 3, 9. There's no other choice for these in order that I even get big enough, which does make that a 14, which makes that a 23, which makes these a 6, 8, 9, makes that a 5. And now, of course, now there's no 9 here, no 9 there, no 2 over here. So we've got all of that. See, I presumably need both the 7 and the 8 here to get big enough. What if I only do 4, 5, 8? If I do 4, 5, 8, I'm at 17. Plus 8 is 25. Oh, darn, I don't need them. That 2 is placed, though. You can do that just by the fact that there's a 2 up there. These are a 4, 5 pair. Oh, okay. So just for purely Sudoku-logical reasons, I can't use both the 4 and the 5 up there. Now I realize. So therefore, this sums to, at a minimum, 19. So if this sums to at a minimum 19, then this has to be a 6. Or 6 or a 7. It can't be an 8 anymore. Because if this was an 8, 4 plus 7 plus 8 is 19, plus 8 is 27. It's too big. So that can't be an 8 anymore. Okay. I might as well note that one of these is a 9 while I'm at it, looking over and making that not a 9. Okay. I could do 5, 7, 8. 5, 7, 8 I think is fine. These aren't 9. I know that much. Oh, right. I can corner mark 9 down here. That's the point. Because that 9 looks down into this box, which lets me corner mark a 9 into one of these two cells, which looks up and says that's not a 9. Which means that is a 9. Okay, so one of these two has to be a 6, because if these were a 7, 8 pair, 7, 8 in this box would go on top of the 9, and I'd have 3 digits in 2 cells. So one of these has to be a 6, which means that's not a 6, while we're doing silly Sudoku things. Oh, and that has now made these a 7, 8 pair, which means that's a 6, which makes me feel less silly for doing that. Okay, that 7, 8, it's still true to say that 7, 8 goes with the 9 down here, right? This 7, 8 does go with that 9. So that's a 7, 8, 9, which means these aren't 7 or 8. They are from 1, 4, 5, 6. So these are 24, 25, and then 2 of 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so 4, 6, or 5, 6, but we already have that. So that is all well and good, I suppose. This digit can't be that large, right? Let's investigate this, because this digit's definitely not a 9. I mean, none of these digits are 9, because of what we already know. But I guess 6, 8, 9 is the absolute maximum I could do here. Maybe that's okay. Sarah says this can't be 7 or 8. Ah, right. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Gorgeous. This cell sees that 7, 8 pair through the miracle of the diagonal. And so this digit's a 9. Nice, Sarah. Very nice. That's not what I meant, Sven, and you know it. So this digit is a 9. Oh, and one of these is a 4 for sure now, just for whatever that is worth. Let's see. MicroStudy is going to take all the points. If we know this digit, we can do the math. Okay, so 3 on this diagonal can only go in one of these 2 spots. This is Selena's spot. Selena should be proud of this one. 3 is on one of these 2 spots, so in particular, that's not 3. Also, 3 in this box looks at those cells. Also, 3 in the box is on this diagonal. So this is always a 3, which makes that a 3. Very nice, Selena. Let's see. Welcome, John Dave Spaghetti, by the way. 2 is placed in box 3. Because row 3, column 7 sees both 2s on the diagonal. Okay, so 2s. Right. So that that cell sees both 2s on which diagonal? On this diagonal? Yeah, 2 on this diagonal. Oh, 2 on this diagonal just goes there, right? Yeah, so I think 2 on this. So I think Spaghetti's point is correct, but I think also we can use it to just place that 2, which then places that 2, which then places that 9 and that 2, which then places that 5 and that 2, which then places this 2, if I believe my corner marks. And I think that's all the 2s. I enjoy how it says Tristan has successfully added 10 points to Spaghetti, as though to imply that Tristan might be unsuccessful in doing this. Let's see. Oh, that could be a 9. Yeah, okay. So there's 2 spots for 9 on this diagonal, I believe, and I don't think it's useful. We might be able to get the last 3s. Yes, we can get the last 3s, because that can't be a 3, because there's already a 3 on the diagonal. So that's the 3, which gives me the 6 and the 3 over there. Good spot to Selena. So no 5 over there. Okay. 9 in box 3. Oh, that's not box 3. 9 in the correct box 3. 9 in the correct box 3 is placed there. Let's see. Okay, what is left on this diagonal, by the way? We've got 1, 2, 3. We need 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But neither of these is 5. Is there already a 5 on this diagonal? I'm just blind and I don't see it. Why is that one not? Okay, that one's... Why is, oh, nope. It just so happens that neither of these is 5 for completely innocent Sudoku-logical reasons that don't involve me not seeing it. However, I guess that means one of these two is 5, which means this cell isn't 5, but it's definitely already not 5, so that's okay. We've got one... Or sorry, we need a 1. We've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so we need 7, 8, 9 to go in the column. These aren't 1. That one's not 9. That one's not 9 either. Oh, the row 8 arrow is under an enormous amount of pressure. That's a very good spot. Because that 2, 3 really, as Nicholas pointed out, really does us in. Now this has to be a 9 in order to even get to 4. Which is then going to place the 9 in this column up there. So no 9 there, 4 there. Let's see, I'm going to go ahead and mark these cells. Oh, this diagonal needs a 9 and it can only go here, right? Yeah, this diagonal's 9 is placed there, I think. Now about that. 9 in row 7, I am being informed, goes there. Let's see. This box doesn't have that many things left. 6 and 8 are actually gone. These are a 4, 7 pair, so that's a 1 and that's a 9. To fill in that box. There's a 7, 8 pair in row 5. There is. So that's a 6 and that's an 8. So that's a 5 and that's a 6. I really didn't expect we'd get these by Sudoku and then that would tell us what those digits are. But that is in fact... I guess it doesn't even matter because now we just get all of this by math and we don't even have to think about the sums anymore. That's funny. Okay, so I thought we were going to have to do a little bit of math up there, but it turned out this just all... Oh, we do have to do a... Nope. It all worked itself out because these 7, 8 doesn't matter what order I put them in. So hopefully these numbers sum to the numbers they're supposed to, because otherwise they don't, and we're just going to have to live with it. So we've got these are... Oh, this is a 4, 7, or 8 on the diagonal. To finish the diagonal. It's not an 8, apparently. So one of these two is 8 for this diagonal, which means that this is not 8. Oh, there's actually a 7, 8 pair on the diagonal, which sounds fantastic because it means these aren't 7 or 8. So those are just a 4, 6 pair. So where does 4 go in row 1? I guess there's 2 spots. Never mind. Should I start coloring 7, 8s? I should probably start coloring 7, 8s, huh? I don't think I know what this one is. Okay, let's place the 1 in box 9. The 1 in box 9 definitely goes there, which places the 1 over here. No, Sven, no. Yes, this sees a pair in the column, making that a 5. Okay, so now we have to do row math here. So the sum of these digits is 25 plus 2 plus 5. So 25 plus 7 is 32. Plus 9 is 41, which means I need this to be a 4 in order to get to a total of the thing in order to get a total of 45. So that is not a 4. Oh, there may have been an easier way to get it, I am told. Welcome to all the new folks, by the way. And if you are new and you haven't said stuff in chat and are intimidated by a bunch of people saying numbers, don't worry. Me too. But feel free to introduce yourself. We're always happy to hear from people. There's a 678 triple there, and we're a pretty friendly community, all things said. So there's a 5 there. Okay, so that is a 7 and a 1. So that is an 8. That's probably going to be the thing that unwinds everything. So that is a 6 and a 4, and that is a 7 and a 4. That's an 8 and a 7. That is an 8 and a 6. That is a 7 and an 8. Oh, I missed a pair in the triple, I am being told. Sorry about that, Jay. I worked around before everything else came out, apparently. Happy birthday, dear Lear. That's awesome. I hope you have a good birthday. So that is an 8 and a 5, which I guess means that's an 8. That is a 6, a 4, and a 7. That is an 8, and our bet tree is a 5. So congratulations again to all of the 5-betters out there. And I've got to say, this was a very good puzzle. As much as I bemoan pill arrows, which I probably make fun of pill arrows more than most mechanics, that was a very well put together puzzle. I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed the opening of this having to be exactly 30. That was very cool. This community supports an inordinate amount of J names. We have a bunch of J's. We have at least 2 Martins. There might be more than 2 Martins, in fact. Alrighty. Let me take a quick break, and I will be back shortly with more puzzles. And to answer Chameleon's question, earlier when trying to set it up so that we'd get notifications when people subscribed, Tristan found out that there was a way to have a bot that would do bet trees. And so the bot will let people make a guess and pay out the bet tree, theoretically. And so Tristan is having a field day playing with all of the things that it can do. So it gets you points, but currently the points don't do anything. Like on Whose Line Is It Anyway, I think is the show, right? Where the points don't matter and something. But maybe eventually we'll have something to do with the points. I do not know. I mean, I think we could allow something like highlighted messages, or maybe that's a Twitch thing. I don't know. I'm sure we'll eventually think of something. You can buy Zach some fish. There we go. All right. Yeah, you could probably get like a penguin dancing animation. Alrighty. I am going to take just a moment, and I'll be back with another puzzle. All right, we are back with a Renbon puzzle that apparently I've never done somehow. This is a grkles Renbon skyscraper. So this will be an interesting challenge. I'm gonna go ahead and sneak the bet tree there, so you can put in your bets once Tristan lets you. The way this puzzle works, we have Renbon, which, remember, need to contain a string of consecutive digits. So Renbon is just Japanese for serial numbers, so just numbers in order. The sense of serial number is not like serial number on your purchase, but like numbers in order. So, for example, it could be 4, 2, 3. The numbers aren't in order as they're written on the thing, but they could be put in the order 2, 3, 4, so it's a valid Renbon. But if I do 2, 3, 7, that is not a valid Renbon. Okay, and then we have skyscrapers, which are always the nightmare. Oh boy, I bet grkles was tilted about this 4. I'm going to just take a bet. The grkles was not happy about the 4. So we can do 1, 2, 3, 5, 4, 6, 9, 8, 7. So the way that skyscraper clues work is they're a count. So they're always going to be between 1 and 9 because they're counting how many of the 9 possible digits you see. However, I should emphasize that the number seen is decided by this slightly weird rule. And so I'm looking at this 5 here. And so the way we do it is to sort of count. So we see the 1, the 2, and the 3, and the 5. And I see each of these because there are no larger digits in front of them. Because again, I'm imagining I'm standing here. But then the 4 is blocked. And the reason why the 4 is blocked is because I'm supposed to imagine, and this is why it's called skyscraper, that the 5 is too tall for me to see the 4 because the 4 is behind it. But then the 6 still pokes up, I still see that. The 9 still pokes up and I see that. But then the 9 blocks the 8 and the 7. And so make sure you understand the seen and the unseen thing here. So which things are yellow and which things are gray. And so this skyscraper clue would, if it were correct, and this were the correct solution, it would be a 6. It's the count of these numbers. There's nothing to do with the numbers. It's just the number of yellow digits in this sort of thing. And so many people are pointing out that this is broken for lots of reasons, but not least of which it is broken because of I didn't end up with 5 when I wrote in some random digits there. But that does have some immediate consequences about what kinds of digits can go in front of a 5. So, for example, if I were to put a 9 in front of the 5, well, that's a problem because it's a 1. But even actually, if I put an 8, the maximum number of skyscrapers I can see is the 8 and the 9, wherever the 8 and the 9 happen to be in the row. And 8 and 9, that's not going to do it. And again, even a 7 or a 6 isn't going to work. So in order to see 5 skyscrapers, I have to start it at most 5, which is going to make those actually a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quintuple, which is going to put the 6, 7, the 8, and the 9 over in these cells for this column. Okay, this is also going to have to be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the same reason. Okay, so we're going to get that. Now, okay, so where is the 9 in each of these rows? So in each of these rows, the 9 occurs earliest there. So I guess here's another way to say it. None of these cells are allowed to be 9. And that cell, and while I'm at it, none of these cells are allowed to be 9, and that cell's not allowed to be a 9 either. So I'm going to just highlight all of these things which are definitely not 9 and just have a quick look and see if that's going to tell me anything. So about the world. So right away, if I ask about where the 9 in row 1 and row 3 is, it's already interesting. Because the 9 in row 1 is in box 2 or 3, and the 9 in row 3 is in box 2 or 3. And therefore, that eats up all of the 9s for box 2 and box 3. And so I'm going to get a 9 sort of back over in one of these. And I'm going to definitely now, because of the way this has worked out, I'm going to definitely get a 9 here, which is going to remove all of the 9s going down this column. So we're going to get a 9 in one of these. Okay, so that is a way to do it. And we're going to have a very similar thing happening in... Oh, not quite, actually. It doesn't quite work the same way here. Oh, but as Martin points out, actually, now we have an even better thing. One of those is a 9, just by the box, and so these aren't 9. And so one of these is a 9. And now, actually, we ask where the 9 is in this row, and it's certainly not in one of... It's certainly in one of these cells, so that is going to rule out 9 from being in any of those cells. So we've got one of these being a 9. Yeah, and so now row 7 and 9 we look at, and we get to do the same trick. In row 7 and row 9, I need a 9 in box 8 and 1 in box 9, and therefore that is the 9 for box 8 and box 9, so none of those can be 9. Oops. So none of those can be 9. None of those can be 9. There we go. And so there's a 9 over here. I realized after doing it that I could have also just said I already know the 9 is in one of those 3, and so it looks over, but that seems less splashy. Okay. So that gets us lots of cells that can't be 9. So now what happens if this is 9? It's bad if this is 9. Because if this cell is 9, it puts an 8, 7 in these. But these can't be 8 or 7 because of the skyscrapers. In fact, actually, the largest these cells can possibly be, owing to the skyscrapers, is 6. Because if I make it any bigger than 6, that doesn't work. So these digits in front of the skyscraper and these digits in front of the skyscraper, they can be at most 6. And so since those are at most 6, that means those cells are definitely not 9, because you can't put a 9 on a skyscraper with a digit that's at most 6. These are at most 7, which is where it maybe starts to get a little bit interesting. Because again, if I made this number 8 or 9, the problem with that is that it would block me from seeing more than one more skyscraper, and I can have at most seen 3. So that tells me those aren't 9 either. So we're slowly zeroing in on where the 9s can possibly be. I think, hopefully. So one of these is a 9 for the column. Is this setting up a Sudoku skyscraper? Is that what's happening here? This looks almost like a skyscraper. I don't think it is, though. This has a 9 pencil mark, but it should not anymore because it has become gray. Okay. So, interestingly now, these digits are at most 7. Because they're on a Renban with numbers that are at most 6, and there's only one of them. So the 8 and the 9 in the column live in all of these cells. So 2 of these 3 cells are 8 or 9. And it's not that one. That one's not 8 or 9. because when I did my ridiculous pencil marking, I didn't actually do my ridiculous pencil marking in this cell because I didn't think it would be relevant. But in fact, these are an 8-9 pair, because that's actually that rare natural spotting of a septuple. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 septuple in the wild. You saw it here first, folks. Okay. So one of the Renbans is 5, 6, 7 for sure, because there is a 7 in this column, and we said it's not there. And so one of these two is a 7, which will be which will make the Renban 5, 6, 7, which will mean this can't be 5 or 6 for what it is worth. Okay. Yeah, where 8 and 9 in box 7 is a good question. 8 and 9 in box 7 can only go here and here because of the fact that anywhere else it would prevent me from making my picture work. Can this possibly be an 8? Maybe. So for an 8, these would have to be a 7 and a 6. Actually, I don't think 7 and 6... Maybe that works. Maybe. So what's my other Renban? So in this column, I have a 5, 6, 7 Renban, and then I have a Renban that is of length 3 from 1, 2, 3, 4. So certainly it has a 2 and a 3 on it. And so this is the 1 or the 4 is the leftover. So that's not ideal. Okay. Right. This being a 9 would be a problem because it would make this 9, 8, 7, which you can see is broken in a couple ways. One of which is that it would make a 6, 7, 8, 9 quintuple, and the other of which is it would have an 8 and a 9 and leave this cell with no value. So that is not a 9, which means this is a 9. And we will bring out Zach for the 9 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doo! Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo! Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop-boo! Woo-hoo-hoo! Boo-ba-doop-ba-doop-boo! Woo-hoo-hoo! Bop-bop! Wah-ha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So we will return there. So no 9 there, of course, now. And so now in this column, the 9 is placed. So that's a 9. That's an 8. Now, those aren't 8. That's not 8. Okay. It's an 8, 9 pair in box 4. Right. Because one of these is a 9. Wait, what about the 8? Right, these aren't 8. So the 8 is one of these two cells. Do I know which is 8? Do I even know for sure that that's not 8? I'm not sure. Okay. I'm missing something. 8 in column 3. Oh! This 8. This 8 was the thing I was supposed to see. So this is an 8. So that's an 8. And so 8 in column 3 now is placed there unless it can go in one of these two cells. So we have to argue that 8 can't go in one of the centers of these. So if there were an 8 here, one of these two would be a 7. Is that a problem? I don't think so. I don't think it's immediately a problem anyway. So I think 8 either goes here or it goes in the center of one of those. If this was an 8, it would make these a 6, 7. Right. If this was an 8, that would be a problem because it would create a 6, 7, 8, 9 quintuple. So that's not an 8. So therefore, that's an 8 in box 1, which means that's a 9 in this box, which now has created a 6, 7 pair in this box. So those are not 6 or 7. So now that's certainly not an 8 because this doesn't have a 6, because this is not a 6, 7 pair. So now that's an 8. So now we can do 8 in box 4 without any problem. This can't be a 7 anymore because this digit is at most 5. Sorry, because both of these digits are at most 5. If there were a 7 here, there wouldn't be a 6 on this Renbon at all. So in this column, there is a Renbon with a 6 or a 7. Which always contains a 6. And a Renbon with a 1 or a 2, which always contains a 2. So this, at the very least, can't be 2 or 6. Can this really be 5? No. If this is 5, I strand 6 and 7 in the column without any friends. So I mean, this just has to be 7? No, not necessarily. If this is 3, I strand 1 and 2 in the column, though. So I think this is 1, 4, 7. That was my original instinct, but then I second-guessed myself about how things were working. But anyway, this is a 1, 4, or 7. That's the upshot of this. But we know, chat points out, that 7 in column 2 goes exactly here, which is going to be very helpful with sorting these things out, because that means that these are a 5, 6 pair, which means that this is not 5 or 6, and these aren't 5, like that. Are you going to get a sheepdog, Glem Hippo, or do you already have a sheepdog? Okay, so this the 5, 6 pair looks up. That's a good point. So these aren't 5. That's not 5 or 6. Okay, so now the 7 in column 3. And so the 7 in column 3 is now on this Renbon. So this is a 5, 6, 7 Renbon, which means that this is a 9 by Sudoku. And now there is roping. That's true. Because 5, 6, 7 look into this box from above and below, making that forced to be a 5. That we get there. Okay. So now I probably have to think about this more. So I absolutely, in this row, need to have a 6 before a 7, before an 8, before a 9. So this digit can't be the 6, I can figure out for sort of a convoluted reason. But I'll accept it. Right. Row 5, column 7 certainly is not a 9 for the reasons just stated. If that was a 9, that would be an 8, which would break. And I can't put a 7 anywhere on here. So the 7 in this row is either there, or there, which is interesting. 8, okay, that's a good spot from Sayori. 8 I can't put on this because it would be 8, 7, 6, and it would break that cell. So 8 is not there or there. So 8 in this box is hanging out here. So 8 in this box is hanging out down here. Right, and so what did we just say? We said in this row, we need to see the 6 before the 7 before the 8. And the only way that works now is if this is a 6 and then a 7 and then an 8. Because after I see the 8, I'm never seeing anything higher than 9. So that's all immediately forced. That's very cool. Okay, so these are, of course, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that always involves a 3. Sorry, that always involves a 3. So these are never 3. This is a 1, 2, 3, 4, just by the basis of that. This is never a 3 either. There needs to be a 3 on this Renbon. It's there or there. Ha ha ha. Where do 6 and 7 go in row 4, asks Carl, pointing out that a 6 or 7 goes on this Renbon, but a 7 definitely doesn't. Because if a 7 went on this Renbon, it would go with a 6 and break this cell. So this is a 4, 5, 6 Renbon, and that is a 7 and a 6. Very good spotting to Carl. So these are not 4 or 5. So these are not 1 or 2. This is certainly not a 4 for lots of reasons. That 4, 5, 6 says that's not a 4 or a 1 or a 2. In fact, this is actually now a placed 3. So no 3s to be had in those cells. This Renbon needs a 3, and it's not either of those, so it's definitely that one. So we've got all of those going in now. Okay. So yeah, one of these is a 3 just by Sudoku. I'm pretty sure this can't be a 5 anymore by Skyscraper, although I don't know if I really feel like fussing with it. Let's see. The 8 goes with 2, 1, 2, 4s. One of these is a 1, 4. 3 goes with a 9. I'm not seeing what the roping does. This isn't a 4. Let's see. So got all of that. Yeah, this is a thermo because this is definitely invisible. Okay, 2 in column 3. Right. Okay, so there's definitely a 2 here. That's what people are seeing. So there's definitely a 2 here. So there's definitely a 2 here. So there's definitely a 2 here, and it's there, is what people are seeing. And roping is just, which people in chat are saying, is just naming that deduction that we just did via the observation that we've sort of broken these 3 columns into 3 flavors, the 5, 6, 7 flavor, the 2, 8, and a 1, 2, 4 flavor,
and the 3, 9, and a 1, 4 flavor. And so as soon as you see something is true about one of those flavors, which is they saw that there was a 2 in this flavor, it told us that that flavor always had a 2 in it, and there was only one place for that one, which was there. Could go 1, 2, 7, 8, 9 and just make it. Okay, so that's not 8 in box 8. That's not 8 in box 8 because it would require a 7 or a 9. So one of these two is an 8. If that's an 8, is that at all a problem? Just wouldn't require those to be a thermo. That's probably okay. But yeah, the fact that one of those is an 8 is... Oh, if that's an 8, it might be a problem for this one. It's a problem for this one. It's a problem for this one because the 3 is not seen. If this is an 8, then I see a maximum of 1, 2, 3, 4 cells. That's not enough. So in fact, that's got to be the 8, not that by the row. Oops. Stop it. Stop it. Sometimes I accidentally hit the screenshot button, and then suddenly I can't do anything. Okay, so this number needs to be bigger than this 5, 6. Because I'm only ever going to see 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So this number is bigger than a 5, 6. So this number itself is a 6 or a 7. And that 6 tells me that it's a 7. So there's a 7 in one of these two cells. And it's not there. Because a 7 here would be a 5, 6, 7, which would break. So the 7's actually there. So no 7 goes up there. Is convenient. Okay, so yeah, these are a 2-digit thermo. With some description. Oh, sorry. We're talking when people are saying the row 9 skyscraper. I kept thinking people meant this one, but I think they actually mean this one. So this is never seen. This is always invisible. So we see those two for sure. We never see this one. 4, 5, 6. Or sorry, 4, 5. We'd have to do it exactly that way, but that's not possible because of this 5, 6. So the point is, once I see a 5 or a 6, the only digits I'm allowed to see are 6, 7, 8, 9. So I need to see, this is the point, I need to see 3 of 6, 7, 8, 9 after this. Well, I can't see 3 of 6, 7, 8, 9 in a box that can't have 7 or 8. And so people's point is this can't be a 9. Good spotting to the spotters of that. So these are gray, and that is a 9. And that also means this isn't a 9 for exactly the same reason, because if this were a 9, again, I still have to see 3 of 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm definitely not seeing 3 of them here. And so that tells me that in this column, we actually know that one of these two is a 9, which means that these are all not 9. So we've got that. I think this is enough. I think if this is the 9, it's okay. Because I could see the 6 here, and then a 7 or an 8, and then a 9. Just by roping, these are 7, 8, 9, and that one's not 9, right? By the 7, 8, 9s, where do they go? In this box, and so they are seen there. So these are a 1, 2, 4. Sorry, 2 1, 2, 4s and a 5, 6. So it could be a 5 and a 4, something like that. This digit I at least know is from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So my 5 or 6 is over here. So the point is I know that... Oh, no, never mind. Never mind. 3 would go with 2 or 4. Oh yeah, 3 in box 9 is over here. That's a good spot. Paying attention to the sort of the roping thing. So that's never a 3. Let's see. Okay, so this digit is less than this digit. So this digit is at most 4 by the skyscraper. And this digit's never 1 because of that. This digit is less than that digit in order that I actually see 4 things. So this is a 2, a 4, or a 5. By the skyscraper in the column. Which is notable, I suppose. Yeah, and this digit is less than that one for whatever good that's going to do. The row has to start with an 8 for the skyscraper to work. Sorry, the row has to start with a 1 for the skyscraper to work. I don't understand. Row 1, so one of these is an 8. I agree with that. Okay, so if this is a 5, it definitely doesn't work. Oh no, I'm not 100% sure that if this is a 5, it doesn't work. I could do 5, 6, and then this would have to be 4, 5, 6. Put the 7 there. Oh, it's not this skyscraper you're talking about. It's one of these skyscrapers. Right. One of these is an 8. And so one of these must be a thermo. And so if this is the one that's a thermo, that's a 4. And so the 1 is over here. And if this is the one that's a thermo, then of course the 1's over here. So whichever of them is a thermo, that's never 1. Is that the point? Because either these 3 are a thermo. Oh no, it could go 3, 4. Oh, okay, sorry. So this can't be 1 though, because if this is 1, what happens is that this row can't house the 8 and this row can't house the 8. So the thing that's true, that the sort of the distillation of Garian's point is that this is a 4, because a 1 here would make it impossible for me to place an 8 in either of these cells, which is going to do some damage to my roping over here, like that. Okay. So now that is a 2, a 3, or a 4. Yeah, we can get rid of these corner marks and get rid of these corner marks, or add some, whichever we feel like. So now there's definitely a 1 on this Renban by Sudoku. Several people have pointed out, including Constanza. There's a 1 on this Renban, which means this Renban is a 1, 2, 3, and we know where the 3 goes. And so these are a 1, 2 pair. That, by the way, has become a 2, and so that's a 1 and a 2. So that's a 2 and a 1. So this is a 4 or a 5. So this is a 3, 4, 5, or 6 in order to make that work. This is not a 1 or a 2 anymore. So 1 in this column. That's a 3, 4, 5 triple. The 3, 4, 5 triple in the row means that I actually know what these are. They are not 3, 4, or 5. So these are actually 1, 2, and 8. Okay, these are a pair. Why have I not filled that in? Those are 3 and 9, and these are the other ones. Not 3, 4, or 5. These are 1, 7, and 8. Right. So fancy roping. These can't be a 2, 4 pair because remember, this is one flavor. We know it's that flavor. So really, I guess the way to do it is to ask, where did these digits go in this box? And they have to go there through the magic of roping. And so if I want to make this work, well, I don't have a 4, and I do have a 2. So that has to be a 2 and a 5. And so that's a 5 in order to make that roping work. So very good spot to Carl there. So this is a 4 or a 6. That's not a 5 either. So this is the other 3, 4, 6. So these are... So this is a 3 or a 5, and this number has to be bigger because of the fact that I'm sort of capped to seeing the 7, 8, 9. So this number is at least a 4. So this is a 4, 5, or 6. Yeah, we can certainly throw mark at these digits and be happy with the outcome, I think. Let's see. Let's see. We've definitely got a 2 up there. We already kind of knew that. Let's see. What about this row? Do I have any idea what's going on with this row? 5. Okay, so I see the 2, the 5. I see the 6 here. So I need to make sure I see 2 more things. So I see this 7 or 8. And then I need to make sure I don't see 2 more. So these don't go 7, 8, 9 in that order, which means this digit's not an 8. Sorry to the 8 betters. So the bet tree is a 7 or 9. Either will work, I believe. Let's see. Do I want to think about this Renban or this Renban? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so 9 in this column definitely doesn't go here. 8 in this column I think could annoyingly go on this Renbon. But 9 doesn't. So 9 in this column definitely goes in one of those two spots, as we believed. This Renbon is allowed to have a 7. What about this row? Is this row interesting for the skyscraper? I hope not. 5, 6. Do I know enough about these to have anything to say about them? I don't think so. Okay, this can't be a 7. I am following advice of counsel and filling in this Renbon. This can't be a 7 because it would make this 7, 6, 5, which would break that cell. So this is never a 7. This can't be a 1 because there's not a 2 on it. So these are each from 4, 5, 6, and that is from 3, 4, 5, 6. So that means there's always a 4 and a 5 on here. So that's never a 5. And these digits are never 4 or 5 either. Let's see. Let's see. I'm being told that weird things happen if this is a 3. Oh, yeah, if this is a 3, it breaks this skyscraper. Because remember, this digit's less than this digit. And so if this is a 3, it makes this a 5. But then this can't be a 6, which it would have to be because I'd have 3 and 6 on a Renbon and then go boom. Very good spot to Selena. So that's a 4, 5, 6. So that is a 7. Glad that you paid attention to that. So that's a 6. There's a 3 over in one of those two cells. Oh, well, if there's a 3 in one of these two cells, it's definitely on the Renbon. Because if I put the 3 off the Renbon, I create a Renbon that needs a 3 and can't have one, which does not sound great. So that is going to resolve the skyscrapers. So that is going to be a 9 and a 3. No 9 over there. No 3 over here. So I know that this is not 1, 2, 3. So these are from 2, 3, 4, 5 is what I have left to choose from. So that's no 4. That's no 2. In fact, actually, there needs to be a 4 on here regardless, and it can only go there. So that makes that a 6 and a 4. Makes that a 5 and a 6 and a 4. Which has now made that a 2 and a 1. Which has made that a 2. So no 4 there, no 2 there, no 7 there, no 4 there. No 1s in those places. That is a 1, actually. Bouncing back up and making that the 1. Making that the 6 over here. Okay, and that 4-5 pair makes that the 3. Which makes that the 6 for the column, and that the 4 and the 3. 4, 5, 3. 1, 3. 8, 1. 5, 4. 2 over there. No 3, 5. No 9. Let us mark over in these cells and contemplate what it is I'm supposed to see. The betting tree is a 9, by the way. Congratulations to all the 9 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true, as always, in these trying times. Row 3 has a skyscraper. I was going to say, like, this looks like a horrendous, deadly pattern, but row 3 has a skyscraper that's not yet done. So we see those two. If I make this a 9, I definitely do not see 5 things. So that's definitely not a 9. I wonder how long that's been visibly not a 9. I don't know. So we've got those.
Oh, I thought you gave Codex some points. I thought I saw that. Okay, 5 and 6, 7 and 5, 8, 7, 8, 7, 8. Beautiful. Beautiful puzzle there. By grkles. Even if my brain doesn't handle skyscrapers the best, but we got there. Alrighty, well, thank you everyone for hanging out today. Please do give the stream a thumbs up. Please do enjoy all of your new fancy points that you get for viewing and chatting and helping me solve. Please subscribe if you've not yet subscribed. We are very near the 3,000 mark. We're going to do sort of a collaborative celebration of the getting to 3,000 subscribers and the 200th stream, hopefully, fingers crossed. So if you are a setter who's interested in giving a puzzle gift to celebrate the 200th stream, I will be doing them, maybe not all on the 200th stream day, but I will do them all. There is a thread for that over on the Discord. So you are running out of time until the 200th stream. What stream is this? This is stream 196. So you've got a little bit of time left, about a week, till we get to stream 200. I don't know the exact details yet, but I'm sure we will be having guests for the 200th stream. So we will plan on that. The points should persist between streams. This is our first time having points at all, so we'll see what Streamlabs does, but theoretically, they should. Where is the 200th thread? It should be right under the zetamath Discord. Oh, Tristan, did you not create a thread for the 200th one? Oh, no, there it is. So if you have to go to the zetamath discussion and click on the threads button at the top, which is a pound sign with a chat symbol and a 3 next to it. And there you will see 200 stream submissions. And we will see some, quite a few submissions, actually, including 200 truths and 100 lies in there. Okay, so we will do the best. Yeah, we won't do them all in one stream, but we will do our best. All right. So thank you, everyone. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream, by the way. If you want to support the stream by joining, you can become a member. You can just click the join button down below and you can become a member for as little as $5 a month. So if you are into that, please do it. It's greatly appreciated. It helps keep motivation. Do be warned, in a couple weeks, we're going to change around the schedule a little bit because I'm going to be teaching, so I can't stream and teach at the same time. As in, like, I can't physically be teaching and do that. Please don't create something that will take me an entire stream. That is my biggest request, Amy, in terms of size of puzzles. But I will say, create puzzles responsibly, and you do need the puzzles to be tested so that someone will testify that it would be an appropriate stream puzzle. So we want testers who say that this is 6x6 is just fine. Yeah. But yeah, we want some testers that say this is an appropriate puzzle for a zetamath stream. Alrighty. But anyway, thanks for watching. Thanks to all the people at the turbine level. So David, Nordy, Franco, Woofer, DDX, Daniel, Willie, and Danita. Thank you to everyone who has joined today. I saw a lot of new folks around, so it was a good, fun stream. Feel free, by the way, to hop over and chat on the Discord. If you have any questions about puzzles or anything, either I will help you or someone else will help you. It's all cool stuff. So anyway, thanks for watching. I'll pause for now, but I'll be back to stream again on Wednesday. So thanks for watching, and bye for now. I did not hit the ending button very well, apparently.